Good evening and welcome to the July 22nd meeting of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. I am Chair Jennifer Schindler, and I thank you for joining us this evening, either remotely or here in Council Chambers. We've got a full house. Established by state law, our city's Planning Commission is composed of 7 volunteer residents of Menlo Park appointed to 4-year terms by the City Council. Our Planning Commission is not a policy setting body, that's the City Council. We are a policy implementing body. We review development proposals for compliance with our city's general plan and zoning ordinances, which can both be found on the city's website. The Commission also reviews city-initiated land use planning projects, such as general plan updates and zoning ordinance amendments. The Commission reviews development proposals requiring a use permit, architectural control, a variance, minor subdivision, as well as the environmental reviews associated with those projects. When applicable, the Planning Commission reviews below market rate, or BMR, housing agreements associated with these applications. The Commission is the final decision-making body for these applications unless appealed to the City Council. The Commission also serves as the recommending body to the City Council for major subdivisions, rezoning, conditional development permits, zoning ordinance amendments, general plan amendments, and environmental reviews associated with those projects. If applicable, the Planning Commission reviews and makes recommendations on BMR agreements associated with these projects. We work closely with the staff in our city's planning division, which is responsible for implementation of the general plan, zoning ordinances, and related policies. We encourage your active participation, whether you are an applicant or interested member of the public, and there will be an opportunity to speak publicly for each specific agenda item, as well as for general public comment. With that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Baruzzi is absent. Commissioner Doe?
Present.
Vice Chair Eric?
Present.
Commissioner Farrick is absent. Commissioner Sillen?
Here.
Commissioner Silverstein?
Present.
I am Chair Schindler and I am present. We have 5 commissioners in chambers, which is a quorum. The next item on our agenda is reports and announcements. Mr. Prada, are there any staff reports or announcements this evening?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schindler and members of the Planning Commission. Good evening. One staff update. So the July 8th meeting, the Planning Commission adopted resolutions to approve the architectural control and use permit for the Chevron reconstruction at 1399 Willow Road. That item was called up to the City Council for review. So staff is currently working on identifying a date, likely one of the August City Council meetings, for review of the Planning Commission's decision on that item. And that concludes my reports and announcements. Happy to answer any questions.
Do commissioners have any questions about the announcements or any reports or announcements of their own?
Is there a distinction between called up and appealed, and what is called up specifically referred to?
Yeah, sure. I should have clarified. My apologies. So a call up is from a member of the City Council. So in this case, it's the mayor called up the item for review. So it's similar to an appeal, but it's a call up by a council member. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Seeing no other questions from commissioners, let's move ahead to the next section of our agenda, which is item D, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the commission on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name, district, neighborhood, or city of residence, but it is helpful. The commission cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. Please know that if you are here tonight to comment on one of our agenda items, you will have a chance to speak when we get to that item in the agenda. So for details on how to participate and to open up our public comment section, I am going to turn to our clerk for this evening, Ms. Began, who can explain how to participate and then begin the public comment period. Ms. Began.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. regarding procedures for communicating, for those presenting on an item on tonight's agenda, we kindly ask that you also turn on your microphone and webcam during your presentation for your item. During the public comment period, members of the public will have an opportunity to share their comments or questions by clicking on the hand icon on your screen, upon which staff will introduce you and activate your microphone. Alternatively, for those calling into tonight's meeting, please press *9 on your keypad to notify staff you have a comment. For members of the public who are sharing a Zoom account or phone line with another commenter during this meeting, please inform staff at the start of your public comment, and staff will ensure that the other commenter speaks after you have finished your comment. If you are participating in person, please fill out a comment card and bring it to me. And with that said, I hand it back to you, Chair Schindler.
Thank you, Ms. Beacon. Do we have any comment cards or hands raised on the Zoom line?
Thank you, Chair Schindler. At this time, I do not see any commenters on Zoom or in person.
Okay. Thank you. Then I will now close the public comment portion of our agenda. The next item is our consent calendar. There is currently one item on our consent calendar, which is titled the June 24th Planning Commission meeting minutes. I understand that staff would like to pull this item from the consent calendar in order to provide an update. Mr. Parada.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schindler. So on the agenda, the title is an error, so that's a staff oversight. Apologies there. The minutes are for the July 8th Planning Commission meeting. The minutes that were attached were correct, and so for those members of the community or the commission for review, the correct minutes were there. So we'd like to update the title to the minutes of July 8th and recommend that the Planning Commission act on those accordingly. I'll turn it back to you to open up for public comment, since we did pull this off the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. Do we have any clarifying questions before we move to public comment? Okay. Ms. Beacon, could you please call for public comment on this agenda item, which are the Planning Commission meeting minutes for July 8th?
Thank you, Chair Schindler. As a reminder, you're welcome to speak on this public comment period by raising your hand with the hand icon in Zoom or by pressing *9 if calling in by phone. If you're participating in person, please fill out a comment card and bring it to me. And as of right now, I do not see any hands raised or have not received any comment cards. Thanks.
I'm comfortable closing public comment period for this item. And given, do we have any questions, comments, or discussion from commissioners on this agenda item? Okay. Oops. Seeing none, we will need a motion and a second in order to proceed with approving this agenda, the minutes as a formal agenda item, since it's no longer on the consent calendar. Vice Chair Eric.
I move to approve the minutes.
We have a first from Vice Chair Eric.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Silverstein. So I shall call the vote. Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Eric.
Yes.
Vice Chair Eric. Commissioner Sillen.
Yes.
Commissioner Silverstein.
Yes.
And I am also a yes. That is 5 yeses. So the meeting minutes from July 8th are approved. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to item F1, the Draft Environmental Impact Report, or Draft EIR, public hearing. Applicant Lane Partners, LLC, as it relates to 333 Ravenswood Avenue, including 201 and 301 Ravenwood Avenue, and 555 and 565 Middlefield Road, referred to as the Parkline Master Plan Project. This agenda item will cover the following: public hearing on the draft EIR evaluating the environmental effects of the comprehensive redevelopment of the SRI campus with a mix of residential and office and research and development, R&D, uses with limited restaurant and retail components. The project site is zoned C1X, or Administrative and Professional District Restrictive Conditional Development, and governed by a conditional development permit. The proposed project would include approximately 1.1 million square feet of new office R&D space in 5 buildings, retention of approximately 287,000 square feet of office R&D space for SRI's continued operations, with no net increase in commercial square footage, and approximately 550 residential dwelling units. The project variant would also include an additional parcel located at 201 Ravenswood Avenue, up to 800 residential units, and an approximately 2 to 3 million gallon below-grade emergency water reservoir and related facilities to be built and operated by the City of Menlo Park. The draft EIR was prepared to address potential physical environmental effects of the proposed project and project variant in the following areas: air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, energy, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, population and housing, public services and recreation, transportation, tribal cultural resources, utilities and service systems. The draft EIR finds significant and unavoidable impacts from the proposed project and project variant in the following topic areas: construction noise, construction vibration, cumulative construction noise, and historical resources. Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. Just want to take this opportunity to disclose that while I do live within a 500-foot radius of the project, I received advice from both the city attorney and the Fair Political Practice Commission that due to it being a month-to-month lease, I can take part in this discussion. I also am confident that I can do so in an unbiased and constructive manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Doe. Ms. Sandmeyer, I believe we're going to proceed with roughly the following structure in terms of presentation and discussion. I think staff is going to provide an introduction and some context for this first public hearing portion of our agenda. This item F1 is also significantly related to our next agenda item, which is a study session on this project. So after we have staff introduction and some context, I believe that the applicant, specifically Mr. Murray and Mr. Benninger, are going to speak representing the applicant. And then we will have a presentation from the EIR consultant, who I believe, there we go, okay. Ms. Viramontes, correct? Pronunciation, thank you. Apologies for not checking in on that ahead of time. And after we have had those presentations, we will take public comment on the draft EIR, followed by commissioner questions and comments. And then we will move into the study session. Members of the public who wish to speak to the completeness and accuracy of the draft EIR may do so during our public comment period. So with that, Ms. Sandmeyer, would you like to lead us off with an introduction and some context for this first part of our discussion of the project?
Yes, good evening, Chair Schindler and Commissioners. I'm Karina Sandmeyer with the Planning Division. So I'll be giving a quick overview of the Parkline Master Plan project. So this is the recommended meeting format. First, we have introduction by staff, and then presentation by the applicant, and then presentation by the city's EIR consultant, then public comments on the draft EIR, then commissioner comments and questions on the draft EIR, and then we'll close the draft EIR public hearing. And then we'll have the study session, introduction by staff, commission questions, public comments on the proposed project and project variant, and commissioner comments and discussion. So as noted, there are two separate public comment periods. So if we ask that people focus on either the draft EIR when that public comment period is up, or the study session when that public comment period is occurring. So this is a quick location map showing the location of the project. So it's the SRI campus. That's bounded by Laurel Street, Ravenswood, Middlefield, and the Burgess right-of-way in general. This map shows the proximity to downtown, El Camino Real, and City Hall and Burgess Park. There's a little section along Ravenswood that is not shown as part of the project here because it's not part of the SRI campus, and that's 201 Ravenswood, and that is included in the project variant. And so this site plan shows the proposed project. So again, this is the SRI campus. Generally, the proposal is to add 550 residential units to replace 1.1 million square feet of commercial, office, and R&D, and retain buildings P, S, and T. And those are shown in the kind of darker blue, and those would be retained for SRI's continued operations on the site. And then this is the project variant that was also analyzed in the EIR, and this includes the 201 Ravenswood Avenue site. It includes up to 800 residential units, and it includes an underground water storage, 2 to 3 million gallons, and related facilities that would be operated by the city. And this is the project that the applicant indicates they're pursuing entitlements for. And so this is a slide on the meeting purpose. So the first item is the environmental impact report. So it's an opportunity to comment on the draft EIR. And then the second is a study session. And so that would be then comments on the proposed master plan and proposed general plan and zoning ordinance amendments to enable the master plan. No actions will be taken tonight. The public comment period for the draft EIR ends on August 5th. Staff and the consultant will then review and respond to all substantive comments and in a document called the final EIR. The Planning Commission is the recommending body on certification of the final EIR and on most land use entitlements. The Planning Commission is the acting body on future architectural control permits for the individual buildings. And so that concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it over to the applicant team. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have a presentation from the applicant team. Yeah, just 1 second. Let's be sure that that's working. Want to try one more time? Thank you.
Better?
That's perfect. Thank you. Want to be sure that folks can hear you online.
Good evening, members of the commission, city staff, and residents of Menlo Park. I'm Mark Murray with Lane Partners. We're a Menlo Park-based real estate development firm that SRI selected several years ago to be their partner in helping them re-envision the campus they've called home for over 80 years now. Our firm has also been in Menlo Park since it was founded over 18 years ago. So our office is half a mile from the site down Ravenswood, and I actually live half a mile down Laurel with my family. So obviously very familiar with the site, but just wanted to let you know that everyone involved in the applicant side recognizes the importance and special nature of this opportunity and are very proud to be a part of it. Next slide, please. So when we were engaged by SRI, I think about 5 years ago now, the primary responsibility we were given was related to the research campus. This has been an incredibly venerable and productive research campus for many, many decades, but the facilities are outdated. So the primary responsibility we were given by SRI is to re-envision that R&D campus for the future. Something with new, aesthetically pleasing, sustainable buildings, something that would not only be a long-term solution to be a home for SRI, but also to create a multi-tenant environment so you could attract the best and brightest from various aspects of the research and development field to create a multi-tenant environment there. And one of the challenges we have as you look at how we planned out the site is SRI has to consolidate into several buildings and stay on campus, but that creates a planning challenge, but it's also, they have to stay in business throughout the process, including construction and redevelopment. So it's something that's been a challenge from the get-go and will remain a challenge. Next slide, please. I know it's in there, so I'll do my best to tell you what it says. So in addition to that primary responsibility, we sat down from the get-go with SRI and tried to create, what we wanted to be the guiding principles for this project. And while the project has changed over time based on community feedback, those guiding principles really haven't changed much. And we've worked really hard actually just to kind of stay in conformance with those principles. And one of those is just opening up the site itself. For decades, at least as long as I've been in the area, it's been a fenced off, closed off area. It kind of acts as a big blockage in town. It's a large area of land in a very central location, but essentially it is blocked off from the community. So one of the primary principles we looked at is opening up the site itself physically, but then creating a new district or a new neighborhood where one of the primary features is actually community access and public access. The other thing we wanted to do based on what we're hearing in the community even prior to starting the public process for Parkline itself was the need for housing. So we wanted to create a new housing district, and actually in the current CDP plan, which is our most recent proposal, is actually 2 housing districts totaling 800 units. Another goal was to create a really permeable site to really improve bike and pedestrian access, not only for people using the site, getting around the site, but because of this location and scale of this project, it really has a chance to improve bike and pedestrian access for folks getting from one side of town to the other, whether or not Parkline is actually their destination. Sustainability is another major component of the project, and that's not just achieved by replacing old buildings with new. We're also replacing 100% of the utility infrastructure that has major impacts on things like carbon production. And then one of the ongoing challenges, which is still a challenge today, is how do you accomplish all these things, particularly adding housing, things like that, while respecting neighborhood edges and being responsive to community concerns. Next slide, please. So we are now entering the 4th year of the public process of the Parkline project. We were working with SRI for several years before that. But over the last 3+ years, we've really worked hard to both solicit a lot of community feedback. We've had, I think, 10 open houses in addition to public hearings. These are open houses we had for members of the public. Had, I think it was 1,000 surveys, but that info is missing on the thing too. But and we've really worked hard to try to take those desires into account in terms of what we're producing in terms of community amenities, but also work with concerns we were hearing in terms of traffic, in terms of height and massing, and really try to make all these components work while being respectful to what we were hearing from the community. And I would say the biggest challenge we had throughout, there was a lot of overwhelmingly positive feedback to some of those themes we were going for: open space, bike and pedestrian transit, adding housing. But it was a major challenge in terms of, what is the right amount of housing? We really heard kind of a constellation of opinions on, from folks that are just kind of pro-housing and less sensitive to height and massing, to folks who live nearby who really wanted to see the minimum, and a lot of folks in the middle as well who, wanted to see a big housing component, but thought, hundreds and hundreds of units and going to 5 or 6 stories might be too much for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So
If
this shows,
we could maybe, through the chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we're seeing other slides might be also corrupted, but I think we have a different version, so we might switch shares real quick from Christine to Karina, if we could just take 30 seconds to do that.
Sure, thank
And
you.
while, yeah, no problem. While we're doing that, I think I'm hearing reports from online that we're having trouble hearing you. So I don't know if it's the mic or if you move it closer, if we just maybe try to play around with that while we do this kind of quick swap of presentations for the applicant. Maybe do a quick test.
Sounds good.
That's better, I think, I hope.
That looks better.
Yeah, that's great. One more slide forward, please. So just to take you briefly through the evolution of the project, I think we initially started in spring of 2021. And our initial, we did public outreach prior to that, but it was kind of an open question as to what the right amount of housing was. We knew that we wanted it to be substantial. At the same time, we wanted it to be too much where it was going to, garner opposition or something that was out of place in the community. So we started at 400 units with essentially saying we wanted to speak to the community about it. We're willing to do more. We're also willing to do less. And again, our initial submittal was 400 units. We had our first study sessions with both commission and council in the summer of 2022. At that point, city council told us to study up to 600 units at a maximum. And then later that year, we made our next formal submittal, which was 550 units. So we increased it significantly, but didn't go all the way up to the maximum. Again, that was the direction was a study 600 as a maximum, not direction to go to 600. So after that next submittal, we had a series of both the scoping session and study session before Planning Commission. And I think that was actually ended up being spread out over 3 hearings, but essentially the guidance went to study to up to 700 units and then ultimately up to 800 units and that was the direction on the EIR as well. We went away from those hearings thinking that, we really had to strive to do as much housing as we could, at least as we could pull that off with doing it in a way that would be acceptable to the community. That was a huge challenge. So we had looked at, I think we only made that submittal in late 2022, and now you're seeing our most recent CDP, which was just several months ago. But in that 18-month period, I can't tell you the number of iterations we tried to find that balance of how do you get to density without doing so in a way that is going to not be well liked in the community. And I don't think that would have been able to be accomplished without, we have since gone into contract to acquire the Church of Christ the Scientist. That's the 201 Ravenswood address. So that's a 1-acre parcel fronting on Ravenswood near the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield. And while that's only 1 acre of land, the church also has rights over adjacent SRI property. One of those rights is having a really large parking field. I think it's 125 stalls at a minimum. But if you look at some of the early iterations of our project, you'll see there's kind of a large parking field over in the corner there. That was to be in compliance with those rights. And then they also had ingress and egress rights that went through that corner. So by acquiring the church, we haven't acquired the church, but by being in contract to acquire the church and making that part of the Parkline plan, it really opened up more like a 4 to 5 acre area in that corner, which really we weren't able to redevelop or plan to redevelop before. And that really allowed us to significantly spread out the housing, create a second housing district of nearly 200 units in that corner. And that really allowed us that was kind of the main change that allowed us to really do what the current 800 unit plan is, which we think is the best version of 800 units, taking into account concerns we've heard from the community. Next slide, please. So the entitlements we're seeking now are what we would call programmatic entitlements. So it's things like the general plan amendment, rezoning, and the CDP, which we have submitted. I wanted to just make the commission aware that this project actually bifurcated architectural controls and these other approvals. So assuming we go through this process, which is I think currently on schedule to happen this year, there'll be an entire day 2 process with Planning Commission that is a full architectural review. That's not to say we don't value architectural feedback now. At the very least, that would help us get it right as fast as possible when we get to that stage. I just wanted to make the commission aware of that fact. Next slide, please. And this is the timeline for, again, these programmatic approvals we're seeking. So the EIR public comment, I think, ends in the first week of August. And then we're currently on track to come back to this commission for a final recommendation in October, and then final city council hearings in November or December this year. And I think one of the things we're really looking to achieve tonight, hopefully from Planning Commission, is really feedback that the program we're showing, the site plan we're showing, is the right direction. We assume that going to 800 units instead of doing less is probably the direction from prior hearings, but please let us know. But we're really hoping to get that kind of master plan feedback. Again, there's a lot of details to be worked out, EIR studies, things like that, but we're hoping to move forward with that. We had a city council hearing 2 months ago. That was something we actually requested. It was not a required hearing in the process, and that was one of the goals we had there, and I think we achieved that at that last hearing, but we'd like to know that so we can keep moving the project forward and stay on track and hopefully get closer to bringing this to reality. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mark Feniger, who's our design lead, to talk more about design.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Chair Schindler and members of the Planning Commission and city staff. I'm Mark Feniger. I'm a principal with Studios Architecture, and we're the master architect for the project. Just would like to start off and pick up from where Mark left off and move into the project and just talk about what is the experience of the project and how will this site change. This is the site plan that you saw earlier that shows the boundaries of the site and its location to downtown. Next slide, please. But I think this is actually really probably a more important way to look at the site. This is the way everyone experiences the site today. You can walk across the street and see this for yourself. The site is entirely fenced off from the community. It is not accessible. And the parts of the buildings that are on the inside that present themselves to committee are, they're old, they're in need of upgrades to maintain their viable use. And actually, when you go inside the site is, has it's a very similar experience. It's a series of research and development buildings that do need upgrades, but it's also a site that is largely full of surface parking lot today. Next slide. And so one of the first things that we're proposing in this project is to change that experience by providing 2 new residential neighborhoods at the site. The first, on the right-hand side of this image, is a residential neighborhood along Laurel. And that neighborhood begins with the Burgess Classics, which is towards the right side, right adjacent to that, consciously thinking about how do we weave in a neighborhood that respects that scale. So a series of townhomes that have an imagery of a detached housing type. And then the next 2 residential buildings are the major residential buildings of the development, but they step up in scale. They start at 4 stories, which is something we committed to early, but 4 stories, and having articulation as a way of breaking up the mass. And also thinking about how you can you use that mass to create connections into the site. And then as you get to Ravenswood, they step up even more to 4 stories. And then on the left, to 5 stories, I apologize. On the left side shows the new neighborhood in Middlefield. And this is where the 100% affordable site is, along with new townhomes there as well. And which we will talk about a little bit more. Right next to this is this recreation fields, which is at this nexus of the R&D, the residential, and the access to the community. Next. In the middle of the site is where we've repurposed not repurposed, but providing to replace the existing R&D with 5 new buildings. And rather than have them all be in a row with parking lots, we're trying to push them to the perimeter of a new central commons. And that central commons is really meant to create a new feeling of this park that is open, and really trying to create a true research park where new ideas can happen. Next slide, please. So here's the site plan. And one thing I wanted to point out about the site plan that we'll talk about as we start to zoom into sections is, the reasons why some of these buildings are cranked a little bit and have funny shapes is we're trying hard to save as many heritage trees as possible along the site. Whether they're heritage trees that are around the perimeter of the site, but the site actually has quite a few old growth trees that are, buried deep in the site that we want to, make visible and accessible and leverage them to become new parks. Next. If we start to walk around the perimeter of the site and starting with Laurel, this is where we start to see there's a bunch of heritage trees along Laurel, and the proposal is the bigger residential buildings, which are on the right of this plan, they're actually pushed back from Laurel to turn those heritage trees into a linear park, which can start to line Laurel Avenue, which is the image you see on the lower left. And then right between residential building 1 and the townhomes is this Paseo you see on the right. And you can see here how the buildings step in scale from 4 stories down to a smaller scale. Thank you. And so between residential 1 and residential 2 this starts to show how we're thinking of bringing new pedestrian connections into the site. And then what will it connect to? It's not just about connecting through the site, but providing amenities that the public can use, whether it's dog parks or areas for people to eat and picnic or playgrounds. Next slide. This starts to talk about the experience at the corner of Ravenswood and Laurel and how the residential building is pushed back far enough to keep the heritage trees along there and start the beginning of a linear park that connects Laurel to Middlefield along Ravenswood. Next slide. In the middle block, this is the part that's probably today the most visible about the heritage trees that you see on this site. This is where there's that great grove of trees that are old and established. And here the proposal is to actually, this is where you start to be able to see the R&D buildings, but to push them back further and have this linear park become wider so that it becomes more of a parklet, more of a place for the public to occupy. Next slide, please. And then finally, when we get to Middlefield, the corner of Middlefield's just showing how the planning of this linear park terminates at Middlefield and terminates with the residential, but also thinks about, this is where we locate the recreation area. And it's located in this area between the residential on your right and the office R&D on your left, the parklet up above, because this is what we think will bring the most use from all directions to it. Next slide. And then if we go into the site, one of the major amenities that are in this site is this Central Commons. And actually it's a cafe, which is publicly accessible, which is on the left, but the Central Green, which is right in front of it, which can become a multi-use place for amenities throughout the year. Next slide. Then if we zoom back, this starts to show this Central Commons by pushing the R&D buildings to the perimeter, that there can be a series of open spaces, a series of open greens that are connected by paths throughout it that will weave the site together. And then throughout the Central Commons, throughout this common greenway is meant to be a series of amenities that are available to the public. And these range from bike repair shops, we've talked about dog parks, places for people to play. The open lawns could be places where there could be informal recreation happening, as well as a number of other amenities. Next. We've thought since the beginning that it'd be important to take advantage of this site, which is currently inaccessible, with fences around it, and leverage it to weave it back into the neighborhood. And one of those ways is by bike paths. One of the priorities of the project is to increase connectivity to the surrounding bike infrastructure, whether that's new bike lanes along Laurel on the left side, the ability to connect bikes through Burgess, through the site, to the Middlefield side of the site, whether it's new bike paths along Ravenswood that can then bring traffic safely down to Ringwood. And then on the inside of the site in the blue, consciously thinking about how all of the connecting roads need to have an element, will have an element of bike access as part of them. Next. And it's not just bikes, it's also pedestrians, but thinking hard about the importance of pedestrian paths and how pedestrian paths can be woven into the site to get them away from the traffic of the loop road and the other roads, and really make it a safe, accessible, and inviting place for everyone to come. Next slide, please. And maybe now just coming from the center and back out, just the visualizations of what this will look like. This is the central green and the amenity building you start to see on your right, a mass timber building that could have a public cafe on the lower level. And then you start to see the iconography or the imagery of the R&D buildings, which are broken up in mass, but they're meant to have terraces that activate the central area, but push back so that it really makes a nice open park in the center. Next slide, please. The entrance along Ravenswood to the campus. Next slide. Right at Ravenswood, this is residential 2, which is the taller of the main residential buildings, how it's pushed back and really creates a nice parklet as you get to the corner of Laurel and Ravenswood. Next slide. Then as you turn down Laurel Avenue, how this parklet starts to become a linear park that goes down Laurel. That's for pedestrians, and you can start to see along Laurel, out in Laurel, new bike lanes. Next slide. And finally, the Paseo that connects to the Central Commons to the public parks across the street, and how this Paseo not only is a way for the public to get into the site, but starts to separate the residential buildings, 4 stories, which you see on the left, and the smaller townhomes on the right, which starts to connect to Burgess Classics. And then I'd like to hand it back to Mark to talk about community benefits.
So I just wanted to briefly give an overview of the community benefits components of the project. Next slide, please. So as it relates to housing, again, we talked about expanding the amount of land being dedicated to housing, increasing to 800 units. To put that in some context, the 800 units for the current RHNA cycle, which goes through 2031, I believe that's 27%. The 800 units would equal 27% of the city's RHNA obligations for this cycle. And again, this stat is actually incorrect as of the most recent count, but it's 31% affordable, which I think is by a pretty wide margin the highest level of affordability proposed in Menlo Park. Next slide, please. And Mark did a great job with the bike safety and connections. One thing I just wanted to highlight, I'm a parent with 2 students at Encinal School. We live off Laurel. One thing we heard kind of over and over again from folks who live nearby is Laurel is kind of one of the main arteries, is probably the main artery from this part of town getting to Encinal School. There's a lot of kids and parents using their bikes on this artery. So there's a lot of concern about, bikes mixing with cars. We did a couple things here. One, we really limited the access from those large residential buildings. The building turning the corner of Ravenswood has no direct connectivity to Laurel. And then for the building in the middle, the 4-story building Mark mentioned, that only has ingress only from Laurel, so there's no exiting whatsoever. So we're reducing at a minimum, 75% of the car trips from those 2 buildings will no longer be able to use Laurel. And then we had that class 4 bike lane on both sides. So class 4 is where we actually have a physical border, and that's on both sides of the street. So we really try to reduce traffic, but also enhance safety with that artery, because school children from elementary all the way to high school were kind of one of the main, we want the bike and pedestrian to serve everybody, but that's one of the groups we really thought a lot about. And then on Ravenswood as well, we have that main Paseo. So there's 2 existing bike lanes on each side of Ravenswood now. We'll maintain those. We're actually gonna widen and buffer them a little more, so they're hopefully a little more safe. But we'll also have that Paseo on our property out of the street that's really meant to focus, in particular on kids going to MA or going the other direction to Hillview School. Next slide, please. In terms of sustainability, I mentioned before that, obviously we're removing 35 old buildings, replacing them with 5 new ones. All of the new buildings will be fully electric with the exception of emergency generators. But in addition to that, I think I mentioned replacing site infrastructure, utility infrastructure. And one of the existing infrastructure pieces is a cogeneration plant that's been in service for several decades, which we plan to take offline and decommission. And that cogeneration plant is responsible for about 11% of the carbon output in the city on an annual basis.
Is there any adjustment we could make to that real quick, just to?
Maybe does that do it?
Seems better. Thank you.
And the removal of that cogeneration plant is the equivalent of about 61 million miles driven by a typical gas-powered vehicle, and that's on an annual basis. So this is really a massive impact from a carbon reduction standpoint. Next slide, please. Tree preservation, I think Mark touched on this as well, but we really went to great lengths. At the very beginning, we categorized each and every tree on site, not just, species and age and size, but really ranking them in terms of quality, likelihood for longevity, and we really worked hard. We can go into more detail as you like, but we really went to painstaking lengths to try to preserve what we thought were the best specimens. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, respecting neighborhood edges, we really worked hard with the neighbors to find that 800 unit scheme that comported with the concerns we heard from neighbors. Next slide, please. We can go to the next slide. I think Mark covered the open space pretty well in his walkthrough, but this is just kind of the summary of the major community benefits. Again, 20 acres of publicly accessible open space that has that series of amenities Mark walked you through. In addition to that, there's the 2.7 acre dedication to the city. That will be in terms of programming that, I think the idea is that will be a day 2 process run by Parks and Rec to program that exactly. We're showing a sports field there now to show that that's one possibility, but also to give you a sense of scale of that area. The 1.6 acre dedication to a third-party nonprofit for a building that will be up to 154 units, but 100% affordable at the low income and below levels. 2.5 miles of bike and transit, as well as a bike repair shop. 31% below market rate in terms of affordability in the housing. And then we'll have that centralized amenity building, the lower level of which will be food and beverage, about 17,000 feet. So I think that's really the equivalent of kind of, 3 to 4 full-scale restaurants in that area. Removal of cogeneration plant, again, that massive carbon reduction. In that sports field area as well, we have, and this is being studied in the EIR, a place to fit a 2 to 3 million gallon potable water reservoir for emergency uses. And then we plan to make financial contributions both to the Middle Avenue Caltrain crossing, because that's a big part of our plan for bike and pedestrian transit, as well as the Railroad Quiet Zone program. And with that, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll move on to the next component of our presentations, which is from our EIR consultant. Thank you. Do we have the presentation for the draft EIR? There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Schindler, members of the Commission, city staff, members of the public. Thank you for joining us tonight to discuss the draft environmental impact report for the Parkline project. Next slide. My name is Jessica Veramontes. I'm a principal at ICF, the lead EIR consultant for this project. I'm serving as ICF's project manager. I'm joined virtually by my colleague Kirsten Chapman. She's serving as the senior advisor for the project. I'm also joined virtually by Ollie Joe, who's vice president and principal associate with Hexagon, the transportation consultant for this project. Next slide. This presentation will clarify the purpose of tonight's hearing, provide an overview of the proposed project, describe the environmental review process, including the next steps, provide an overview of the contents of the draft EIR, and finally explain how to submit comments on the draft EIR. Next slide. The overall intent of tonight's hearing is to receive public comments on the analysis in the draft EIR, specifically on the environmental impacts evaluated in the draft EIR and the adequacy of the document pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, commonly referred to as CEQA. An important reminder is that the purpose of this public hearing is not for city staff or the consultant team to respond to substantive comments or questions from the public or the commission. That process will be part of preparing the final EIR. Next step. This slide shows a conceptual plan for the project. The draft EIR evaluates the potential environmental impacts of both the project and the project variant, which will be shown on the next slide. Karina and the team already provided details about the proposed project and the project variant, so I won't go into more detail here. Next slide. And here is the conceptual plan for the project variant. Next slide. As provided in the CEQA guidelines, an EIR is an informational document that is intended to inform public agency decision makers and the general public of the significant environmental impacts of a project, possible ways to avoid or substantially lessen the significant effects, and finally, reasonable alternatives to the project. Thus, the purpose of this draft EIR prepared for Parkline is to provide detailed information about the environmental effects that could result from implementing the proposed project or the project variant, examine and identify methods for mitigating any adverse environmental impacts should the proposed project or the project variant be approved, and finally, consider feasible alternatives to the proposed project and project variant, including the required no project alternative. Next slide. The environmental review process started with the release of the Notice of Preparation, commonly referred to as the NOP, in late 2022. We are currently within the 45-day draft EIR public review period. Next slide. Consistent with the CEQA guidelines, the EIR provides a detailed project description, environmental setting, environmental impacts, including cumulative impacts, mitigation measures, where applicable, to reduce impacts, and a reasonable range of alternatives to the project and the project variant. As previously mentioned, the EIR evaluates a variant to the proposed project. Because the variant could increase or reduce environmental impacts, the EIR analyzes the potential environmental impacts of the project variant. Next slide. Chapter 3 of the EIR evaluates the potential impacts of the project for the environmental topics as required by CEQA that are shown on this slide, and I won't list each and every one of them. Chapter 4 evaluates the potential impacts of the project variant for these same topics. So again, Chapter 3 for the project and Chapter 4 for the project variant. Each CEQA topic in this list is given its own section, with each containing a description of the applicable environmental and regulatory settings, along with an analysis of the environmental impacts. Next slide. As noted in section 3.1 of the draft EIR, it was determined that the project would have no impact related to agricultural and forestry resources, mineral resources, and wildfire. In addition, the project site is in an infill site located in a transit priority area, and the project proposes a mixed-use residential project. Therefore, the EIR does not consider aesthetic or vehicular parking impacts in determining the significance of impacts under CEQA. For informational purposes only, Appendix 3.1-1 of the draft EIR includes a discussion of the potential aesthetic changes as a result of the project and the project variant. Next slide. The draft EIR identifies and classifies the environmental impacts as potentially significant, significant, less than significant, and no impact. For each impact identified as being potentially significant, the draft EIR provides mitigation measures to reduce, eliminate, or avoid the adverse effect. If the mitigation measures would successfully reduce the impact to a less than significant level, this is stated in the draft EIR. If the mitigation measures would not reduce the environmental effects to a less significant level, then the draft EIR classifies the impact as significant and unavoidable. Next slide. These next two slides summarize the significant and unavoidable impacts and mitigation measures. Unless otherwise noted, these apply to both the proposed project and the project variant. Significant and unavoidable impacts of the proposed project and the project variant include construction noise, ground-borne vibration, cumulative construction noise, and on the next slide, historical resources. As shown in italics, mitigation measure NOI-1.3 would be implemented for the project variant only, instead of mitigation measure NOI-1.1. All other mitigation measures shown here would be applicable for both the proposed project and project variant. Although mitigation measures would be implemented to reduce the impacts shown here, these would not be able to reduce impacts to a level of less than significant. Next slide. This slide summarizes the significant and unavoidable impacts on historical resources. As shown in italics, mitigation measure CR-1.4 would be implemented for the project variant only, since the project site would include the chapel building at 201 Ravenswood. All other mitigation measures would be applicable to both the proposed project and the project variant. Next slide. The draft EIR considered a range of reasonable alternatives. These alternatives could attain most of the project's basic objectives while avoiding or substantially lessening any of the significant environmental effects of the proposed project. Alternatives were considered to reduce the significant and unavoidable impacts associated with construction noise and vibration, but these were determined to be infeasible. Therefore, alternatives to reduce the significant and unavoidable impacts were considered but rejected in the draft EIR. However, the EIR evaluates 3 alternatives, those shown here: project preservation alternative 1, 2, and 3, in addition to the required no project alternative, to reduce the significant and unavoidable impacts on historical resources as summarized in this slide. Next slide. Oh, sorry, one slide back. There we go. So similar to the project alternatives, we have project variant alternatives. So based on the goal of reducing the project variant's significant impacts while attempting to meet the basic project objectives, the city developed 3 alternatives to the project variant for evaluation, plus a no project alternatives. It is important to note that these alternatives are similar in concept to those selected for the proposed project as listed on the prior slide. However, the project variant alternatives shown here include slightly altered site plans due to the differences between the proposed project and the project variant. Next slide. With respect to next steps in the environmental review process, the city will prepare responses to comments received on the draft EIR during the public review period and will prepare the final EIR. After the final EIR is released, the decision makers will take action on the proposed project or the project variant and the EIR. Next slide. This slide describes how to comment on the draft EIR. You may comment tonight virtually by raising your hand via Zoom or in person by submitting a speaker card. You may submit written comments addressed to Karina at the physical address or email address shown on this slide. All comments must be received by 5:30 p.m. on Monday, August 5th, 2024. So much for your time, and we look forward to receiving your comments.
Thank you to all who have presented on this project in support of this agenda item, our public hearing. We're going to move into public comment at this time with regard to the draft EIR. Ms. Began, could you please provide instructions and open the public comment, actually call for public comment, and then once we have a rough estimate of how many comment cards and hands raised online, we'll assess time allocations.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. As a reminder, you're welcome to speak on this public comment period by raising your hand with the hand icon on Zoom or by pressing *9 if calling by phone. If you're participating in person, please fill out a comment card and bring it to me. Currently, we have 0 in-person comment cards and 4 hands raised online.
Let's give it one more moment, okay, just to count for a count. Any additional hands raised? Are we still around 4?
We have just fluctuating between 4 and 5.
Okay.
It looks like 4.
With that count, let's proceed with the standard 3-minute allocation to each speaker. So if you could please make sure they have the correct instructions and begin calling for public comment, or calling the commenters.
Okay, our first speaker is Bob McDonald. Bob, I will now allow you to speak. You do not have to provide your name and address or locality with your public comment, but you are free to do so if you choose. I will start now and you will have 3 minutes. Thanks. Go ahead, Bob, you can unmute yourself.
We're not able to hear you, Bob.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Bob McDonald. I am a member of the Christian Science Church at 301 Ravenswood, and our property is now part of the Parkline project. And I am in charge of the committee at our church for the transition of our church to a better right-sized facility in our future. And what I'd like to do tonight is just speak in support of the Parkline project. Coincidentally, with SRI and Lane Partners getting together with the Parkline project, it was in the same time frame that our church congregation realized that we needed to right-size our church operation for a much smaller congregation today than we've had in the past. And as we were evaluating all of our options, we determined that selling our property into the Parkline project after over 70 years as a partner with SRI seemed to make the most sense. We're very supportive of the project and what it's bringing to the community, especially the need for housing and especially affordable housing. I think we think the proximity, especially to Menlo Atherton High School and other schools in the area, as well as for the city government operations, is going to be a wonderful thing. On our own, we had been looking at what we might do to help the housing situation, and becoming part of Parkline seemed to be the best thing. We have been partnered with SRI for over 70 years because they've been providing parking for our services for all of this time. We are also working, we currently have a daycare that is using our facility during the week, Alpha Kids, and we're also working with them to find a new home because of how the project is going to move forward. So anyway, it's been, we're in great support of this plan and how it's come together, and especially the housing component of that, which has us very pleased. That's it.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Rainey. Kevin, I will now allow you to speak. Again, you do not have to provide your name and address or locality with your public comment, but you're free to do so if you choose. You can please go ahead and unmute yourself when you're ready, and you have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kevin Rennie. I'm from the Willows neighborhood. Chair, commission members, staff, thank you for taking the time and organizing all this. I read as well as I could through the draft, and I just wanted to list a couple of my concerns. I read that the number of parking spaces was going to be 3,719. I'm extremely concerned with the amount of traffic that will bring, cars and buses in the surrounding neighborhoods. For example, in the Willows neighborhood, there's a cut through Woodland Avenue that's used during commute times, among other roads in the Willows neighborhood. I didn't see it listed in the EIR. Additionally, cumulative proposed projects not being accounted for air quality, which are listed in all the housing elements projected projects to come. Additionally, there's a proposed Ringwood Coleman bicycle pedestrian project, which I didn't see listed in this EIR, which is proposed to close Coleman to a one-way, which would send more traffic on Bay Road and Middlefield. Additionally, Willow's neighborhood during peak commute is challenging to exit or even enter along Willow Road, and more specifically Willow and Gilbert Avenue and Middlefield and Woodland Avenue. A lot of times I have to, if I could bike and it was safe, it's not safe to bike, or I would do that. There's no complete or safe sidewalks or bike lanes along Middlefield, the complete length. Overall, I believe this project has a larger commercial footprint. Everybody keeps talking about the housing, but it's basically a commercial project with some housing. And to extend the charm and beauty inherent to our Menlo Park community. I think more needs to be done. I think this is large with the congestion of having 3.7 parking lots. I think it's going to impact congestion and property values and air quality. Some of the things I would like to see completed before the project gets going: complete the Middle Avenue Caltrain, Class 1 shared bike lanes all along Ravenswood, all along Middlefield, and more direct path from Ringwood to Burgess Avenue. I do see you guys have taken some time to put some bike lanes in, or bike paths, but it's truly not enough. It looks nice, but it's not functional. Thank you for the time. I yield back.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patty F. Patty, I will now allow you to speak, and you do not have to provide your name and address or locality with your public comment, but you're free to do so if you choose. And when you're ready, you may please unmute yourself, and I will start now, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm Patty Fry from Central Menlo Park, and I'm a former planning commissioner. I'm concerned about some of the impacts being understated in the EIR, the draft EIR, in particular the number of employees, potential employees. As commented before, I'm aware that current corporate and especially technology companies, worker density is about 150 square feet per worker, whereas it looks like this assumed 250 square feet per worker, meaning that the number of employees could easily be 166% of the number in the document, understating impacts. I also note that in 3.3-18 and 3.14-12, the number of employees is different by a substantial amount. I don't understand why those numbers are different. So I think there's an error in at least one place. I'm also concerned that there's no mention of the current CDP employee cap that's been in place since 1975. Every time SRI let property go for other projects, the cap was reduced. Whereas this seems to be assuming quite a number more employees and workers on site than has been what we've all known. And that was a policy. And that was part of the zoning. So I don't think that's been adequately addressed. The last topic is about the impact on population and housing. I'm really concerned that, as stated on 3.14-13, there's a net decrease of 1,656 housing units in the region as a result of this project. But that's on top of a current shortage. And this implies that, Menlo Park's share of that problem is a modest amount. But in reality, most cities are assuming the same thing. Somebody else is going to take care of the problem that their projects create. And so even 800 housing units is not going to, take care of even half of this shortage. That's in addition to the current one. So I'm very much concerned about that, and that's not addressed properly, in my opinion, in this document. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Goodman. Naomi, you do not have to provide your name and address or locality with your public comment, but you're free to do so if you choose. I will now allow you to speak, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Naomi Goodman. I'm a longtime Menlo Park resident and a retired environmental scientist. My comment on the draft EIR addresses the proposed use of the non-residential buildings for bioscience R&D. Although the document states that the new buildings could accommodate the relatively low-risk biosafety level 1 or 2 labs, it has not rejected hosting BSL-3 labs, which work with potentially lethal airborne pathogens and toxins. It's expressed that there will be no hazard impact from a BSL-3 lab because SRI and its future tenants will comply with all state, federal, and local regulations, and that any accidents that can occur will be addressed by local emergency response. This is frankly blue sky thinking. The county, the city, and the fire department have zero expertise, training, or protective equipment to respond to an airborne release of a potentially lethal biological accident. The DER site map should also identify the location and discuss the operation of SRI's existing biocontainment facility, which their own publicity indicates is used for research into drugs and diagnostics for agents such as HIV, Ebola, drug-resistant bacteria, anthrax, and hepatitis C. Even if the existing facility will not be modified in this project, opening the fenced SRI campus to the public creates a new risk that the EIR must evaluate. This is critical considering the proximity of the project to schools, daycare centers, and the new residential areas. Finally, a BSL-3 lab requires a continuous power supply to the HVAC system to ensure that airflow is drawn into the containment rooms and out through the tall rooftop stacks. The DEIR proposes 14 new emergency generators for a total of 17. The type of generator is not stated in the EIR, but the models that were cited in the noise analysis are all diesel fueled. The EIR needs to state how many days of fuel will be stored on site and also evaluate the emissions from those units in the event of a multi-day power outage such as the one that we experienced recently. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina Levin. Adina, I will now allow you to speak. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Planning Commissioners. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And
Sorry about that. Adina, can you please unmute
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Sorry, Adina.
okay, here we go. Great. So hopefully I will not need the extra 15 seconds. I'm Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And in general, I want to support the environmental benefits of this project in terms of it being a really great location for infill mixed use development near the downtown area with lots of services and near the public transportation. Our community has been, long in the habit of doing the larger developments in near the Bayside with less access to services and less access to public transportation. And so, there's just really good benefits of the infill development, especially with regard to our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions and particulate pollution with, driving cars. In general, the amount of anticipated cars with the amount of parking, and then the proposed transportation demand management programs to help, keep the amount of driving in line with or less than the amount of parking available is overall not unreasonable for the location. As a previous speaker mentioned, a trip cap strategy would be a potentially a reasonable thing to do for this location as well. as well as a previous speaker mentioned, having good quality bike lanes in the area, which may already be included or supported at any rate. Hopefully that will be clarified, because the at the location, improving the quality of walking and biking both for residents and people in the area help overall reduce the amount of car driving and pollution. And the green space, including the paths, likewise help people enjoy the area, supporting quality of life, and help people getting around with less driving and with the environmental benefit. Like the housing is really important, contributing to our housing element, supporting diversity in our community for people at a variety of different income levels. And so overall, general supportive of these different aspects of the project and its environmental benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. At this time, I do not see any more hands raised and have not received any comment cards.
Thank you. Let's just give it another 10 seconds just in case. Do we have any additional commenters that have raised their hand during that time?
Thank you, Chair Schindler. I can confirm no public comments have been submitted.
Okay. Then I will go ahead and close public comment on item F1, the public hearing for the draft EIR, and we will bring the discussion back to the dais for questions, comments, and discussion. Just as a reminder, there will be no action by the Planning Commission. We will not be, no motions and no vote this evening. So with that, do we have a commissioner who would like to begin with questions or discussion? Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. I had a question on transportation, given concerns from community members, council about transportation. It always surprises me how a project so large can say transportation impacts will be less than significant. And I always have to remind myself, reflecting on the handful of EIRs I've looked at, that it doesn't say we are not going to see changes in our community. And I always have to remind myself that, but it's more that it says by certain criteria, as stated in the EIR, it does not exceed the defined threshold. So through the chair, if I could just ask the EIR consultant, maybe just refresh my understanding, maybe for the benefit of any community members concerned about transportation. One of the ways significance is determined is the vehicle miles traveled, and that it does not exceed the threshold. And there's a chart with a number. And so the vehicles and miles traveled is the amount someone's driving, an employee or a resident, as it relates to them going from home to work and back. Is that kind of the concept of VMT?
Generally, yes, but I do have Ollie Joe on the line. If we could promote him to be able to answer this question. Thanks, Ollie.
Hi, Commissioners. Ollie Joe from Hexagon. Yes, you're correct. VMT for office is analyzed as the home to work VMT, and it is on a per employee basis. Similarly, for residential VMT, it is analyzed for all home related vehicle miles traveled, including home to work, going from home to shopping, etc. And that is also analyzed as an efficiency metric. It is based on VMT per resident.
Okay, no, that's helpful. It's like it's for residents also doing errands and such. And then can you just refresh my memory? How is that threshold number determined?
Yeah, so for the city of Menlo Park, the TIA guidelines require establish the threshold as I believe it is the citywide 15% below I'm just trying to make sure I'm saying the correct things here. I think it's regional threshold. Right. So it is 15% below the regional, so San Francisco Bay Area regional average VMT per employee and VMT per resident.
All right, so they're just a very specific, and I don't, thank you, I don't need maybe to get into the nitty gritty too much. It's just when you look at the trip generation tables, and currently there's about 500 trips generated on site, and then you look at the projected, whether it's office or R&D, it's about 10,000, and someone can do the math and say, that's 20 times more than what we see today. How is that not significant? So it's just helpful for me to remind myself how significance is determined through the lens of the EIR. Thank you so much. And I had another question, if I can, through the chair to staff, Ms. Sandmeyer. And I had emailed you earlier, and I don't know if this is an appropriate time to ask that about the EIR studies, 25 and 28% VMT reductions for the residents in the non-residential portions respectively. And I was just curious how that compared to comparable projects in the area that are also close to transit.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think two projects you had brought up when asking me about this was the 500 ECR, the Middle Avenue, Middle Crossing project, and then 1300 ECR, the Spring Line project. So both of those kind of went through the review process before when level of service was still the CEQA analysis that was done instead of VMT, vehicle miles traveled. And the CCAG hadn't updated their TDM policy, and so there were no specific percentages for those TDM plans that were required. They did submit plans and then were required to implement those, but it wasn't based on a specific percentage, so it's difficult to compare with projects currently going through the process.
Oh, okay, got it, thank you. I think that's all I have for now on the draft EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Doe. Commissioner Silverstein.
I have a couple questions regarding trips, but before I begin, just for clarification's sake, is the financial impact report in scope for this discussion? Is there anyone to either speak to that if I had related questions?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The FIA isn't part of the environmental review, so I think that would be best addressed during the study session portion of the evening.
Totally fine. Okay, so following up on Commissioner Doe's questions around trips, I am very confused as to how the current estimates were calculated. If you look at the existing number of trips per worker, you have less than one. And then the scenarios in the environmental impact report assume more than 2 trips per worker. And if you compare the office, 100% office scenario, which would expect more employees, you have fewer estimated trips. And you compare that to the 100% R&D scenario with fewer employees, you have more estimated trips. And I am reading this because the calculations are seemingly done based on ITE land use code square footage, but that just by sheer fact that we're estimating more trips would come from fewer people, to me calls into question some of the conclusions made on the potential kind of transportation impact around this. So if anyone has any kind of clarifications on that specifically.
Yeah, Commissioner, I can answer that question. So first, I think your first question was how were the existing trips generated? So those were based on actual counts. So that was how those were conducted. And then I believe your second question was regarding how the 100% office came out with less trips than 100% R&D. The answer is, so on a peak hour basis, the 100% office has more trips than the 100% R&D. And that's just based on data collected by ATE, which is slightly more than the R&D scenario. However, on a daily basis, it's a different scenario, and this is all based on data that's collected by IT. And the hypothesis here is potentially that R&D workers don't always arrive and leave during the peak hour. Maybe they are more spread out throughout the day than the office workers. So that's why you're seeing that on a daily basis, 100% R&D has slightly more trips generated than the 100% office. I believe there may have been another question, but that I'm forgetting. Please remind me.
Could I just make a quick request, since there's so many documents, maybe you could refer to like what document page number you're looking at?
Yes, so in terms of the number of employees, I was looking at the financial impact report that page 8 of the PDF, page 5 of the actual report shows that the estimated total employees of the office scenario would be 4,974, and the total employees of the R&D scenario would be 3,773, so roughly 1,200 employees difference, more employees in the office scenario. And then when looking at item number 3.3-21, which is page 178 of the environmental impact report, that's where it goes through the trip generation estimates and includes more estimated trips for the scenario with fewer employees than the subsequent page, where it would have, the opposite. I'm glad everyone's following along. Okay, I have a couple kind of other comments about the, one other question around the environmental impact scope as a whole, and then we'd love to get into some of the details of the project. So I can't find the study today, but I did read a study that most environmental impact analyses only consider the impact that any given development would have within the boundaries of the local municipality. So in this example would be Menlo Park, and specifically this project itself, which is not unreasonable, but it doesn't consider the broader global benefit of giving more people the opportunity to live in a more dense apartment building closer to downtown instead of potentially in a further away suburb with longer commutes. And so my question is, when thinking about the environmental impact of this project specifically, did we at all consider the opportunity cost of not building it? Does it include the opportunity cost of people living here versus their next best option?
As part of Chapter 4 of the draft EIR, we analyzed, let me make sure I'm quoting the correct chapter. Excuse me, Chapter 6, alternatives analysis. We analyzed a no project alternative, so that evaluates what could happen if this project isn't approved and constructed. So that kind of walks down the path of evaluating and describing what would happen if this project doesn't occur. And an example of that would be that folks don't get to live so close to downtown Menlo Park.
But really quickly as a follow-up, is the scope of that analysis still within the purview of Menlo Park environment, or is that thinking about where else in the world would people live and what their emissions are, or kind of like what the average CO2 emissions are per capita on a relative basis between this project and kind of the no-build alternative?
It does do a semi-qualitative and also semi-quantitative analysis that compares the project to, or compares the no project alternative to the project's impacts, but I think it might be getting into a kind of a speculative territory if we were to take it to that level of detail. And I'll pause there for a second. I have my colleague Kirsten on, and she was led the charge on the alternatives analysis. Did I capture everything correctly, Kirsten? Her last name is Chapman.
Yes. Hi, Kirsten Chapman, ICF. Yes, no, Jessica covered that correctly. At that level of detail that you were describing, that is speculative. And so CEQA doesn't get into that level of detail of where in the world other people could live and their emissions and other sort of environmental impacts. So as Jessica mentioned, yes, it's included in the NO project, but we don't get into speculative assumptions for that.
Thank you. Should I just keep going?
Yeah, go ahead.
So on the specific project itself, I had a quick question on canopy and trees, and I know this was something that was mentioned in a public comment to the commission, but just out of curiosity, do the renderings that are kind of presumed and published and as part of the presentations and as part of the project, does that represent the theoretical tree cover on day one, or would it potentially take years or decades to establish that level of beautiful trees, and kind of what is the expectation of canopy starting when the project is built versus over time?
I'd have to ask the project applicant team that question, but.
Sure. So through the chair, we can definitely call the applicant up. I wonder though if that might be more of a study session item, and just to maybe take a step back here and try to focus the commission's comments and discussion right now on the EIR and the adequacy or the content, the scope, the analysis in the EIR. So if that question relates to a EIR comment, we can definitely take it now. If it is more about the architecture, the landscaping, the kind of design of the project, I would just keep that in mind and hold it for the study session next. So just
That's fine. I'll hold that.
Thank you.
Great. So yeah, my last comment specifically on the EIR itself, it has been noted multiple times and is something that the applicant also has brought up, which is the extensive use and to whatever extent we can encourage biking and pedestrians not only within the project but also to and from it. And I do want to echo some of the comments that were made by, I believe, Mr. Rennie, talking about the currently insufficient bike lanes on Middlefield and Ravenswood, and really thinking about the overall connectivity of how people could get through Menlo Park without having to kind of face some dangerous biking situations. And I think that to whatever extent we can be either confident or promote alternative transportations will certainly ameliorate a lot of the traffic concerns that people have, and the broader community concerns that anyone might have when it comes to a larger project like this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Eric.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. Through the chair, I have just a clarifying question for staff. I know the schedule of approvals was presented, and I'm sorry if I missed this detail, but so the final EIR is scheduled to come to council sometime late this year, is my understanding. Is that also when the use permit development agreement would come to council, or is that at a later date?
Yes, that would all go together. What would happen later would be architectural control approvals through the Planning Commission. Those would likely be in 2025.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So related to the EIR then for the applicant. So thank you for the timeline that you presented in your presentation. By my calculation, it's taken around about 18 months, maybe a little bit more, to get from the drafted notice of preparation of the EIR to right now. I can imagine that the EIR was not the only thing going on for the planning process during that time. But I guess my question is, if we didn't have to do an EIR, how much sooner could we be at council? How much sooner, obviously speculation, could we be at the city council meeting that's currently scheduled for December? Would we have gotten there a year earlier, 6 months earlier, a full 18 months earlier? Do we have any way of estimating that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, any project of this scope would require an EIR, so I'm not sure. Yeah, there's really no examples to look at.
I guess, sorry, I'm curious for the applicant's perspective.
I might step in from a staff perspective, and I think that question could probably be better handled through the study session. Is not necessarily related to the content, the analysis in the IR. And my goal here with that statement is to try to keep the comments focused. We are having a court reporter transcribe these comments for use in the response to comments component of the draft EIR. So just trying to keep the dialogue this evening during the draft EIR public hearing really focused on the EIR. So the scheduling comment and the implications, I think that is a valid question that could be addressed by the applicant during the study session, if that's okay with Vice Chair Eric.
That's totally fine. I have no further comments on the draft EIR.
Thank you, Vice Chair Eric. Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. So yeah, I have a few questions about some of the information in the EIR. So the EIR has very specific numbers on the number of employees we expect in the two different scenarios, R&D or office. And I just wanted to double check where those numbers come from and how, I guess what those numbers mean, like, because realistically, I'm assuming it's not going to be that perfect number. So which things would change if the number goes up or down, depending on, you know, market conditions or the tenants that occupy the office buildings?
In reference to table 2-7 in the project description on page 2-33, that's, I believe, what shows the different employee generation rates based on the 100% office or 100% R&D scenario that you're referring to. Those estimates are, number one, based on existing employees. So that was provided, you know, by the current tenants and owners. And then the estimates for the possible or potential future employees were based on kind of a variety of examples, and also typically use generation rates from other prior EIRs in the city too, for the sake of consistency. And then I believe your third question was what would change if in fact the employee generation rates were higher or lower than what was disclosed in this table and analyzed in the EIR. So for example, and Kirsten can correct me if I miss anything, but you know, public services and school impacts are heavily, and population housing, those topics are heavily reliant on the estimates here. And those topics including, or those topics rely on the HNA that was prepared by Kaiser Marston that analyzes the housing needs assessment impacts of the project. So if this EIR did underestimate the employees under either scenario, and it could potentially underestimate the potential impacts. And that's not to say that the impacts would raise to a level of significance, whereas right now they're less significant. So it just could kind of be moving them dial a little bit one way or another, but not necessarily increasing impacts to a different level.
Thanks. And so just so I'm clear on how this works, so today we're sort of providing comment, and we're going to be making a decision on this project based on this EIR. And if it turns out that the reality is much different from what was assumed in the EIR, I understand that has like real life impacts, but does it have impacts on, let's say, procedural things? Like, does a new EIR need to be done, or do we revisit any of these things at any point? Or it's just like we tried our best and it ended up being different?
If we're talking before the project is constructed, but there might be a change to the project where, you know, more square footage is proposed that would result in more of or less employees, then this, I defer to the city, but the decision could be made to do is kind of a follow-up CEQA analysis in terms of like an addendum or a subsequent EIR or something like that to kind of capture and evaluate those changes if it's deemed necessary. Yeah.
Thanks. I was referring to like after. So once the project is built, it turns out that a lot more employees are coming to these buildings, let's say.
I'll defer to the city on that question.
And with staff, I'm wondering if that is a question that we would cover in the study session, where we're talking about some of the long-term time horizons associated with different outcomes, as opposed to this specific EIR. But
I think that's a valid question for now. I do want to take a minute to step back to part of the introduction of the item where staff and our CEQA consultant, ICF, identified that this is an opportunity to receive comments, receive questions. We're not going to necessarily respond in detail to all comments and questions this evening. So this would be one where we can certainly take that and respond in the response to comments. I think the high-level response, and I know our city attorney is also on this evening and can kind of chime in here after I speak, but I think the high-level response is that the analysis does include a lot of data that are used from multiple different sources. So in terms of like trips and looking at number of trips to and from the site, you're looking at source data from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So a lot of studies used, a lot of data collected. I think from a staff perspective, we feel very confident in that data. Otherwise, there are a number of other data sources that we from staff and our consultant team have looked at and feel confident in this evening. That being said, we'll certainly take your comment and respond to it in the final EIR response to comments as appropriate. And I'll turn over to Mr. Biddle to identify anything else to add to that.
Good evening. I would just add that after the project is, or some component of it is approved and built, you don't get to go back and revisit mitigation measures and conditions if that's the thrust of the question there, if I understood it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's sufficient. And I have a similar question on the office, 100% office versus 100% R&D scenarios. Is that something that by the time council is voting to approve this project, that will be a finalized thing, or are these just two different, and I realize it's going to be somewhere in the middle, but are these just two different scenarios we're considering for the purposes of analysis, and the applicant has leeway to steer it whichever way once the project is approved?
Yeah, I think, let's see. I think that the way it was studied in the EIR was that either would be possible, or a combination of R&D and office. I think certainly if the city council approves the master plan, they could condition it to, have a certain percentage office or R&D. That would be possible, or it could potentially be approved, I think, with either scenario, with the option of either scenario.
And if I may just add to that, so the draft EIR analysis does look at both scenarios, as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned. What is, I think, key to note, and Ms. Viramontes can chime in as well, but the scenario was identified in each topic area based on the more conservative analysis, so that the draft EIR would cover the range, the kind of most, for lack of a better word, impactful range of effects from the project. So studying both or either office and R&D based on which land use scenario would create or potentially result in that more greater effect, and then utilizing those mitigation measures to reduce it to less than significant if feasible. So the EIR does provide that flexibility for the applicant team to consider. And as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, certainly from a policy standpoint, separate from the EIR, the Planning Commission and City Council could consider those land use components as part of the entitlements for the project. So hopefully that answers the question. And if there's anything to add, I'll look to ICF if necessary.
Yes, what was said was correct, with the additional note that each and every topic section in the methods for analysis discussion, it identifies what was just referenced as the most impactful scenario and provides a brief discussion as to why, to help readers see what was evaluated and why in the impact analysis for that topic and for that significance threshold.
Thank you. I had so in terms of the mitigation measures, one of the ones I ended up focusing on is the construction process, noise, pollution, et cetera. One of the things I was a little bit confused about was the noise section of, states that our construction hours in Menlo Park are 8 to 6, but then there are potentially concrete pours happening at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., and then there's different requirements for those. So I was just hoping to get a clarification from staff regarding what the public should expect in terms of when there will be construction happening. I know that there's mention that the water reservoir requires overnight construction, but just outside of kind of exceptions to that, what should we expect? And also, what level of monitoring will be happening from like a third party, whether that be the city or a different party, to see if those noise levels are in compliance with the EIR?
Yeah, I think there are options to get exemptions from the noise, those daytime hours for construction when needed. And that's why it was kind of analyzed in the EIR that way. I believe generally noise complaints would go through code enforcement or the police and be based on a complaint basis.
So will there be a point at which the public is aware of construction happening outside of regular hours, or is that just something that kind of happens as the process unfolds between the city and the builder?
Yeah, no, great question. So as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, the city does have a typical noise exemption hours. So those are the 8 to 6 hours. With projects of this scale, it's very common for projects to have to do night work for certain activities, whether it's the concrete pours for certain foundations that need to occur during a uninterrupted duration, usually not in the heat of day, if it's during the summer, stuff like that, as well as offsite improvements to limit disruptions to traffic in the area for kind of purposes. And so the city does have a process, as mentioned, that allows for those exemptions or exceptions, to be reviewed and granted. And there can sometimes be notification there. So that's something we can certainly look at as part of the project. But the process is an evaluation by the Community Development Department to make sure that the request is necessary to actually construct and can't be done during the typical hours. With projects of these scales, you do see work that needs to occur outside those hours. I don't want to say frequently, but does occur just based on the necessity of those types of activities. And so we do have that process. That's certainly something we can look into outside of the EIR in terms of the entitlements for the project and how it may or may not structure that component.
Thank you. And I see that the mitigation measures include the assignment of a liaison, a construction liaison for the public to contact with concerns. And I just wanted to clarify whether that's someone from the city or from the builder or the developer. My personal experience with construction happening on El Camino, for example, during Middle Plaza was that it was often hard to figure out, who's doing what. I think people were sometimes using the Act Menlo app. But I do think it would be nice to have a point of contact that people could go to, especially residents in that area.
Yeah, I believe the construction liaison would be part of the applicant's construction team. It wouldn't be a city employee.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is going back to the trip counts that Commissioner Silverstein was asking. I was surprised to see that out of the approximately 10,000 trips that are being estimated, only about 22% of those are during peak hours. I guess my assumption is that, the majority of trips, specifically for the office or R&D portion, would be people commuting to work in the morning and going home in the afternoon during, what we would consider rush hour, peak hour. And given that there are about 2,800 parking spots, presumably that's what the developer is assuming will be needed and will be mostly full. So that seems like a lot higher number than the peak hour trip counts that are in the report. So I'm just wondering how that calculation was done and what those other 80% of trips, when those would be taking place in the report or the model.
Yeah, Ollie from Hexagon again. So thank you for that comment. So first of all, the peak hour is only just the 1 hour is 60 minutes in the morning. Presumably like the morning commute is a much longer period. It usually goes from 7 a.m. It used to go until 10 or sometimes 11 a.m. in the morning before. And then similarly for the afternoon, what we were calculating is just the 1 hour, the peak 1 hour volume instead of, the entire PM commute period, right? That is going to be way longer than, not everybody is going to be arriving within the same 1 hour. Somebody might need to be picking up or dropping off their kids during that time, and then they'll be coming way later into the office, right? And then this is why you see that traffic is on the roadways for, it's very heavy traffic on the roadway for more than 1 hour. That's because traffic is occurring during multiple hours, not just 1 hour. And all of this data is based on IT's data collections in the field in various areas, and that's the best information that transportation engineers have to use to be able to estimate traffic for this type of analysis.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you. I don't have any more questions at this time. Chair Schindler, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Silverstein.
One last question as part of the ERR. So I recognize that this project doesn't meet the significance threshold regarding VMT, but it doesn't mean that there aren't any colloquial significant impacts to potential neighboring residents. One big concern that's been expressed is the increase in hyperlocal car traffic, and specifically how it would increase the cut-through nature of nearby local residential streets. So my question is, what opportunity does the commission have to recommend any traffic flow changes or streetscape improvements to slow down cars on any cut-through streets? I guess my question is that in the scope of the EIR, or because there's no significant VMT impact on the aggregate level, there are no mitigations needed whatsoever, even at the hyperlocal level?
Staff, I didn't know if you wanted me to answer this.
Oh,
Ollie, we can start with you and then staff can follow up if you want to start from the CEQA technical side.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So, Commissioner, so the CEQA analysis, you're correct. It only looks at VMT. The colloquial local roadway intersection operations that is being analyzed in terms of level of service, and that is being wrapped up in a transportation impact analysis report. I believe that is an attachment to the staff report, although it is separate from the CEQA analysis. It is something that the City of Menlo Park requires to be analyzed, and it has been analyzed. And in terms of cut-through traffic, that is something that has been taken into account when we assigned the project traffic in the local roadway network. We took into account the major cut-through routes that may be present in this area when we assign that traffic and analyze the intersection operations accordingly. In terms of what traffic calming opportunities there may to be conditioned on this project, the TIA report did not identify any because it is looking at it from an intersection operations perspective. Although I do believe we made a recommendation at the intersection of Middlefield Road and Seminary Drive to prevent traffic from being able to go from the project site onto Seminary Drive and eventually use that as a cut through to Willow Road. And we recommended that potentially some traffic calming be considered along Seminary Drive. The city also has a separate policy to implement traffic calming through your Slow Streets program. So I'll stop there and see if staff wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you. So not necessarily EIR related, excuse me, as mentioned. So some of these questions regarding kind of other offsite improvements or connectivity to and from the site could definitely be a study session topic for the commission to provide feedback on. That can certainly be something that staff and the applicant can receive this evening as feedback, and we can look into it or follow up. But as Mr. Zhou mentioned, I think we've identified in the city's TIA guidelines the VMT component for the EIR and then the non-CEQA LOS component in that supporting document, the TIA, the Transportation Impact Analysis already.
Thank you. Commissioner Doe, did you have follow-up questions?
Yes,
More
I
questions, please?
did. And Chair Schindler, I realize we haven't received your insights on the draft EIR, so I will be quick. First a comment and then a question to the EIR consultant. My first comment is I feel like we would be remiss if we didn't comment on the fact that the reduced parking alternative is always rejected. And I think the rationale is that if you reduce parking too much, people will drive around the neighborhood and end up creating more problems. I would like to believe that if an employee experienced that, after 1 or 2 days, they would figure out a way how to get to work without their car. But maybe, parking and other strategies like Commissioner Silverstein is referring to, that can be studied on the study session side of things. That's my comment. My question is, it was brought up by a council member and also by a public commenter this evening. Just a concern that impacts aren't fully represented. Mr. Parada, you stated that the point of the EIR is to be conservative and study the worst case scenarios. I'm just wondering why in the office space, I think 250 square feet per worker is used, and just question why and where that number comes from. The number that we've heard is 150 square feet. So I'm just curious if we're trying to figure out the worst and most extreme impacts, why the 250 number is used. Through the chair.
Kirsten, do you have any input on where that difference in square footage came from?
So let's see, Kirsten Chapman, ICF. So let's see, this is going back to table 2-7 in the project description, which is on page 2-33. And the generation rate that we used for office is, is 250 square feet. So that was given to us by the project sponsor. Sorry. That was actually not given to us by the project sponsor. That was based on current market trends for office generation rates. And I believe it is consistent with other office generation rates that have been used in other EIRs in the city of Menlo Park based on existing office trends. So I do believe that it is consistent with projects like Willow Village and other projects in the Connect Menlo study area.
Yeah, and just to add on to what Kirsten said, that footnote B in the table that Kirsten cited, while generation rates provided by the sponsor for life science uses are lower at 450 square feet per employee, the EIR went the conservative route and assumed 350 square feet per employee for R&D uses. So we did try to take a more conservative approach.
Great. Thank you, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Doe. So I myself do not have any significant additions or corrections that I would like to nominate to be included in the next iteration of the EIR. I did want to take the opportunity to support and amplify some things that other commissioners and staff have also alluded to here. That this EIR, like others, may not be looking at impact the way that members of our community does, or they're fit for themselves, for their families, or for their city. But we do have a standardized process across the state for how things are structured, how this report is structured, the criteria for quantifying things, the criteria for determining what is significant as an impact, what mitigation looks like, and what then the impact of that mitigation looks like. In my very limited experience, especially compared to our consultants, our staff, and the applicants, but in my very limited experience, I've seen the benefit of having that standardized process between projects. And so while I appreciate that many of the assumptions could potentially be out, have a mild degree of wiggle room around them, I think there's value in following this consistent process. I do want to again thank the EIR team for the incredible amount of content and work that is in that very large document. I personally expect to come back to the following sections at length when we get into the next phases of this project. When we start talking about the nuance of the development agreement, I'm definitely going to be relying heavily on the traffic section, the public services and recreation section, as we define things that we would like to see put in as constraints or as requests on behalf of the city and the community. I expect when we get into the zoning amendments and the rezoning components of this process, the land use and planning section is going to be incredibly useful. There's a lot of other valuable content in there, but those in particular, I think, will be front of mind for me in the next section tonight and in subsequent meetings. And so I will quickly just turn and see if other commissioners have follow-up questions. Commissioner Sellin.
Thank you. Going back to circulation and traffic, which sounds like a shared concern among many commissioners. I saw that in the staff report, it mentions that other projects such as the meta campuses and other projects on that side of 101 have trip caps from the city. The staff report talks about ways to do the counting and enforcement, but I'm wondering if implementing a trip cap is part of the EIR or the TDM, if that's appropriate, or at what stage is that typically done, I guess?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I think the discussion on whether or not there is a trip cap or a monitoring plan, some of that actually is more related to the policy decisions regarding the entitlements. There certainly would be a monitoring plan associated with ensuring that the transportation demand management plan that was used in the environmental analysis is implemented, but certainly regarding how that actually plays out with all the details, a lot of that will get fleshed out in the potentially get fleshed out in the conditional development permit. And so I think a lot of those items you're bringing up are kind of broader policy decisions regarding, the appropriate kind of monitoring plan or caps, and where those caps may or may not be applied to across the site. But certainly the EIR And I'll look to our CEQA consultant to confirm exactly how this translated in the EIR, but the EIR found a less than significant impact to vehicle miles traveled with implementation of the applicant's proposed TDM plans for the office and residential. So those would be required to be implemented as part of the project at a minimum.
I don't have anything to add. Ollie, is there anything you want to add to that?
No.
Commissioner Silverstein.
I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Doe said about the reduced parking alternative, and I know we can talk about it in the study session, but specifically as relates to the EIR language itself. I noticed that in table 3-6 or 3.3-6 on potential mitigation measures of TDM and estimated trips, that the amount of available parking is non-existent in those potential measures. And then in the kind of qualitative text regarding a reduced parking alternative, it states that precise changes in traveler behavior in response to constrained parking alone are difficult to predict and are not anticipated to reduce overall VMT. While I agree with the difficult to predict part, I am in agreement with the previous statement that I would certainly anticipate that a lack of parking would reduce overall VMT. I recognize that that's not a requirement at this point because the project is not above VMT thresholds, but I do take slight umbrage with the conclusion on that alternative.
Thank you, commissioners. Seeing no more questions indicated, I just want to confirm with staff and with the EIR team that you have received the feedback that you were seeking tonight, and ask if there are any points of clarification that we could offer.
Yeah, I think we've received the feedback, and we'll include that, of course, with the comments in the final EIR.
Thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing for this draft EIR item F1 on our agenda. It is currently 9:10. I'm going to call a 5-minute break. So if we could come back at 9:15, and we will be at which point we will begin agenda item G1, the study session for Parkline. Thank you. Welcome back. We will now move on to the next item on our agenda, item G1, a study session with the applicant's Lane Partner LLC for 333 Ravenswood Avenue, including 301 Ravenswood Avenue and 555 and 565 Middlefield Road, and 201 Ravenswood Avenue for the project variant, which is in totality the Parkline Master Plan project. This agenda item covers the following. Request for a study session to receive feedback from the Planning Commission and public regarding the proposal to comprehensively redevelop the SRI campus with a mix of residential and office research and development, R&D uses, with limited restaurant and retail components. The project site is zoned C1X, Administrative and Professional District Restrictive Conditional Development, and governed by a Conditional Development Permit, or CDP. The proposed project would include approximately 1.1 million square feet of new office R&D space in 5 buildings, retention of approximately 286,000 square feet of office R&D space for SRI's continued operations, with no net increase in commercial square footage, and approximately 550 residential dwelling units. The project variant would also include an additional parcel located at 201 Ravenswood Avenue, up to 800 residential units, and approximately 2 to 3 million gallon below-grade emergency water reservoir and related facilities to be built and operated by the City of Menlo Park. The proposed master plan requires general plan and zoning ordinance amendments to create a new zoning district to enable the comprehensive redevelopment of the project site. Additionally, the proposed project would include a conditional development permit to implement the master plan, along with a rezoning to apply to the ex-combining district to the proposed new zoning district. The master plan includes a request for a development agreement for vested rights in exchange for the provision of community benefits. The project includes a vesting tentative map for new parcelization, easements, and infrastructure. So for this portion of our agenda, I believe Ms. Sandmeyer is going to, again, provide us with an introduction and context. We will take clarifying questions, so looking to sort of clarify details in staff report or additional documentations on a factual basis. Then we will move to public comments on the proposed project and project variants, and then bring it back for discussion, comments and discussion by commissioners. So Ms. Sandmeyer.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
Chair,
I'm sorry.
is it
And
okay?
Commissioner Doe,
yes.
please.
Thank you. Just per Mr. Parada's guidance, I just want to disclose again that I live within a 500-foot radius of the project, but from advice from the city attorney and FPPC, it being a month-to-month lease, I can take part in the discussion and am confident I can do so in an unbiased way.
Thank you, Commissioner Doe. Ms. Sandmeyer.
Yes, thank you. So I have up on the slide Planning Commission considerations that we have put in the staff report. And these are not meant to limit discussion on other items. These are just some ideas to, some ideas to frame the discussion. And that concludes my update on the study session, but I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you. At this time, we will do clarifying questions from commissioners if there are details about the project and the documentation related to the details of the project. This is the time to seek clarification, and then again, we will move into public comment for the project. Sorry, Commissioner Silverstein.
So I asked this at the incorrect time, but was wondering about the renderings of the tree canopy. Just quickly, was that the expectation that those trees would be at that height in theory on day one, or is that kind of a aspirational eventual final state of these trees over a long period of time?
Thank you for the question. I just, to be honest, I think the renderings on day one, they would not look like that. It would take time. But that being said, currently in our landscape plan, roughly around 25% of the trees are heritage trees, meaning that they're trees that are existing and fully grown. So a good number of the trees that are in those renderings are actually there today and fully grown.
Great. One more clarifying question. As part of the EIR, there was a section that was stated the reduced parking alternative, and I know in the previous slide that was presented that part of the potential conversation we might have is thinking about parking ratios or parking lots or things there. In that section of the alternative, there was no actual reduced parking alternative. It just said that there are X number of spaces and we've rejected decreasing it, but is there an actual, or I guess my clarifying question is, has there been any form of analysis on what might it look like if this project had fewer parking spaces? Has any kind of investigation done on how many fewer that would be, or what the delta might look like? Or is that just kind of all conceptual, any number of potentially fewer parking spaces?
So through the chair, is that a question for staff or the applicant?
That is a question for anyone who may have thought about a world in which there were fewer than 3319 parking spaces. If no one has an answer to that, then I guess that answers my question.
So before the applicant answers questions here, I think there is a difference between the evaluation done from the applicant side and the city's evaluation that was in the EIR, which as the commission's aware, the city considered a reduced parking alternative, but rejected it for the various reasons that were identified in the EIR. So there is a reason why that didn't include a robust analysis, because it wasn't done as part of the EIR.
Totally appreciate that, yes.
So I just want to clarify that the differentiation. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant team, who I think can answer some of the more kind of project-driven questions that Commissioner Silverstein has.
Sure. So to give you kind of the realities of development today as we see them. So starting with the commercial, we're proposing 2 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of area. That's a relatively low ratio. Like, I've been in the business 16 years. When I started, I would say, 3.3 or 3.0 per 1,000 would be kind of a minimum. And to give another anecdote, we entitled 1010 Alma Street, which is that 3-story office building. St. Frank Coffee is in that development as well. We didn't build it, but we managed the approval process at that time. And that building's obviously directly adjacent to Caltrain, and that was under the specific plan that covers El Camino in the downtown area. So a relatively new zoning regime. At that time, which is, I think, about 8 years ago, there was a parking ratio minimum for that location of 2.8 for every 1,000 feet. So we're almost a full parking stall below that minimum. So that kind of shows, I think, the world is moving in the right direction. Obviously, the city today is, very open to lower parking ratios. We feel that the financeability of the project in today's environment will require that minimum. It might require slightly less if there's a high proportion of the project that becomes lab use. Another thing is, you'll see, to generate this open space, we have very minimal surface parking. It's almost entirely below grade for a minority of it, but a lot of it is structured parking. Each one of those parking stalls costs about $55,000 to $60,000 per stall to build. So structured parking is very expensive. We wouldn't do it unless we feel like it's truly necessary. We would welcome an approval that says we're allowed to build 2 per 1,000 for the commercial, for example, but you can go down to 1.5 or 1.6 or whatever. But I would add caution to that we have heard from residents, their concern for some of them is, in addition to traffic concerns, of having overflow parking and things like that, and people who are meant to be, office occupants parking on neighboring streets is a concern as well. But hopefully that provides some more context.
Thank you. I have one more clarifying question. And one last clarifying question. In the project, there is a distinction between the commercial amenity building and the community amenity building, but it also says that the commercial amenity building is going to have a cafe that's open to the public. And so just wanted to get a little more clarification on the nuances of what would be publicly accessible versus only for office workers. And then kind of the second part of my question is that the only formal retail space part of the project is the kind of 2,000 square foot community amenity building, which might have a kind of juice station or a bike repair shop, but it's not particularly big as in compared to the overall project. And I'm, in kind of broader conversations around the benefits of mixed use and not having specifically siloed areas where you have to only live here and only work here and only shop here, would love to get the perspective of either yourself or your team on whether or not you considered having even more retail than just that one specific site as part of the project as a whole.
Sure. So to start with, just clarifying what we have planned. So there is the office amenity building. That's a 2-story building. The second story will be kind of fitness amenity and conference rooms, which will be for the use exclusively of office users. The ground floor will be food and beverage operation, which will be for the use of everyone on the campus, but also completely open to the public. And the scale we're contemplating for that right now is just for that lower floor is 17 to 18,000 square feet. So again, that's the space of, 3 to 4 full service restaurants. So that is kind of the main, what I would call, for a member of the public, that's really your main retail amenity. That much smaller area that was originally a freestanding building, we're now planning to put that in the podium, the ground floor of the dedication to the non-affordable developer. We would pay for the construction of that area within the building, but we put it there just because there's a lot going on in that area as we redesign that corner. We have the field, we have the potential reservoir and improvements. We have another potential community building there. So maybe that might be some confusion as well. We're not proposing this building as part of the project, but there's a future potential building that we're site planning for. I don't think it's in the CEQA analysis, but we're saving space for a future building that could be used for a number of uses, a community building, offices for school district or anything else the city deems necessary. But that's a third element that I think some of the nomenclature might be confusing. But then to your question of, why not more retail in the project? Given our proximity to downtown, we're reluctant to kind of create any more traffic drivers. We wanted to have things that are really serving people within the campus, but also we wanted to be really sensitive we wanted to create more demand for the retail uses that exist in downtown, given our proximity. And, I've been working, a block off Santa Cruz for 16 years, and there are a lot of empty storefronts. Some of the stalwart restaurants that have been there a while are surviving, but quite a few, go out of business. So we're really hoping, given the proximity and walkability to downtown, we're really going to help catalyze existing retail as opposed to create anything competitive. We're trying to strike that balance, but it's good to have both.
I have a question, a clarifying question related to some of the content in the staff report about the TDM plan and the trip reduction. There's language in here that references the requirements that Menlo Park is required to adhere to that come from the City County Association of Governments of San Mateo County. And it talks about requiring CCAG requiring a minimum 25% reduction in trips from the active TDM measures, but then it also makes reference to an acknowledgement that projects within half a mile of high quality transit would see a passive reduction given the proximity of it's 10%. So I am not clear whether that 10% is in addition to a 25% reduction or whether it is assumed to have already been part of a 20% reduction. Could you just clarify what Menlo Park is required to do here and just how to think about those two numbers?
Yes, so the 10% reduction due to proximity to transit is not part of the 25%, so that's considered separate.
Okay.
If that
So
helps.
At one point, I think this question, if I recall correctly, came up during the City Council discussion in May. And my perhaps imperfect understanding of the answer was that the 10% is already taken out of the Institute of Transportation Engineers math. And then they do the 25% reduction on that. Did I misunderstand? I just want to be very sure that I understand whether we're talking about a starting point of 25% reduction, then 10% reduction, or whether.
Yeah, I think so. We do have Christiane Choi available, I believe, still, our senior transportation engineer, who can probably speak to the technical details a little bit more. I do think there is a difference between CCAG and its starting point and the city's analysis and its starting point. So I think we'll turn to Ms. Choi to clarify that differentiation, but I do think there is one key consideration here, and it's the difference between how the city looks at its monitoring component for TDM versus CCAG, where CCAG looks at a qualitative kind of checklist. Does the applicant or the business developer, whoever the entity is, do they provide those TDM measures that kind of calculate up to that reduction, but it doesn't start with a actual like baseline number that you're reducing percentages off of. So with that, before I go too much further out of my realm of expertise, I'll look to Ms. Choi to chime in here.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Schindler. Christiane Choi, Senior Transportation Engineer with the city's Transportation Division. And so yeah, what Kyle mentioned, correct. So CCAG uses a checklist, and they, based on the different measures that the applicant provides, they want it to calculate up to 25%. But when the city typically does their monitoring, we base it on driveway counts, and we start off with using ITE trip rates. And so in the case of the analysis, the 25 and the 28% includes also the 10% kind of passive reduction related to the proximity of the Caltrain station.
Thank you. So just to be certain that I've got it, and I apologize for saying it multiple times, the reduction for proximity to the train station has already been done, and then we're looking at the 25 and the 28% reduction.
No, it's the 10% is part of that 25 or 28%.
Okay, thank you. Are there other clarifying questions at this time before we go to public comment about the project? Commissioner Sellen has a clarifying question.
Thank you. I just wanted a quick clarification on the distinction between the conditional CDP and the development agreement. I heard that both of those things are expected to come to council later this year. And so I don't believe the development agreement is, in the staff report, I believe it said that would be something we discuss later. So I'm just, well, first I would like a clarification from staff on what typically goes into those two things, and then what the process is from here for deciding of those things, what they will be. Thank you.
Yeah, so the CDP would replace the current conditional development permit CDP for the project site, and it would include additional controls on top of zoning and additional conditions. The development agreement would allow the applicant vested rights in exchange for providing amenities to the city. So it's a negotiation. And in the staff report, we list some potential topics for the negotiation.
And my understanding is that for these amenities, or yeah, actually, could you further clarify how the amenities are negotiated? Is it just anything goes, or does the city have some sort of list to choose from, or a dollar amount that's meant to be hit for each project?
I don't think there's really a list. I think, as discussed in the staff report, there's a city council appointed 2 members. Council members will listen and Dorr to a subcommittee to assist the staff in DA negotiations. And I think part of it is looking at the vested rights the applicant would receive in exchange for what they're providing to the city.
Could you give an example of what vested rights are, just for clarification?
Well, so it would mean the project entitlements wouldn't expire, and it would allow phased construction, which I believe the applicant is requesting.
And if I may just add on to that a little bit here. So I think maybe Commissioner Sillen, to help clarify some of the earlier questions that you asked in this line of questioning, in other zoning districts, other parts of the community, the city does have an adopted community amenities list. So in the Bayfront area, the city has a process that's in place through the zoning that identifies how to calculate the community amenity requirement, the minimum requirement, and then has a list that is used as a guide for applicants to propose amenities from. There are other ways to comply, such as payment of the in lieu payment or a negotiated development agreement, as we're talking about here. Now, that zoning does not apply to this site. And so this process is more open-ended for this development agreement. So that negotiation has not commenced in earnest, but we do anticipate beginning that now that the draft EIR is released and after the public hearing this evening. We'll certainly use the draft EIR as a guide as well to identify if there are areas that the city would like to focus on as part of the development agreement negotiation. I think a couple clarifying things. I mean, certainly the city will be looking at the council subcommittee, as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, for guidance on what community benefits are appropriate for this project in exchange for those vested rights. Those vested rights are something that is also negotiated. So I do want to kind of clarify one statement that was made, and certainly the timeline for the DA is a negotiation. So that kind of overall expiration date is a negotiated item. The term of the development agreement is part of that negotiation. So as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, part of it will depend on the terms that the applicant is requesting, and that will help inform the city's, I don't want to say counter, but negotiation with the applicant. And so that is a process we're beginning at this point. We've started a little bit, but we'll pick it up in earnest. And the Planning Commission will see the draft negotiated development agreement alongside the conditional development permit as part of its review and recommendation on the overall suite of entitlements the applicant's requesting to the City Council. So hopefully that adds a little bit of additional context.
Yes, thank you. And then I had a follow-up question on the parking discussion from earlier. I just wanted a clarification on, for this project, whether currently there is a parking minimum that's proposed or required in the conditional permit. The developer expressed a desire to be able to go lower if they wanted to, below the number of spots they proposed. Will the developer be able to do that, or is that something that council needs to change versus the existing project proposal?
Yeah, so this would be a new zoning district, so and a new CDP. So any standard could be put in. It wouldn't be. I mean, a new zoning and CDP is already required, so we wouldn't need to change the existing ones for that purpose. And Table 3 in the staff report provides some information on the parking. I think the current requirement or the current parking on the site is about 3,000 spaces for the same amount of commercial that's proposed, and the proposed would be 2,800 spaces. So a small reduction from the existing.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
If I may, I think as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, Table 3 does identify the comparison between the proposed project and the existing. It also shows, for comparison for the Planning Commission and the community's benefit, some of the other zoning districts the city currently has and what those parking ratios are, which do vary between the C1, the life science, the O office zoning districts for commercial, as well as the RMU. So that could be a tool for the Planning Commission's discussion. We'll certainly be looking at our general plan and our zoning across the city when considering the entitlements for this project and the draft zoning that would be proposed, as well as the conditional development permit for those regulations that Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned.
Thanks. Actually, then I have a follow-up question. Are there any recent state laws that have removed or reduced parking minimums near transit? Do those apply to this project?
Yes, that's correct. So there's, I believe the city is limited and wouldn't be able to require parking, at least for existing uses. I don't know if Mr. Biddle from the city attorney's office is still on, but I believe that that would also apply to new uses.
Yes, there's a piece of legislation, and I just do not have it off the top of my head, what the limitation is on your ability to require parking. But there is legislation on the books that does sort of constrain the commission's ability. And we'll have to dig that up and get that to you. I just don't have it on the tip of my tongue at the moment.
Through the chair, if I may add, yeah, I believe, as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, AB 2097 would apply to the project since the majority of the project is within a half mile of the Menlo Park Caltrain station. As both Ms. Sandmeyer and Mr. Biddle mentioned, that would remove the ability of the city to require a minimum parking. It does not preclude the applicant from proposing a parking minimum or maximum or a parking proposed with their project. It certainly gives the applicant flexibility to look at reduced or no parking if desired in those areas, but doesn't preclude them from proposing parking that complies with the city's ordinances.
Thank you. I don't have any more clarifying questions at this time.
Seeing no further clarifying questions, Ms. Beacon, could we please call for public comment on agenda item G1, the study session for the Parkline Master Plan project?
Thank you, Chair Schindler. As a reminder, you're welcome to speak on this public comment period by raising your hand with the hand icon on Zoom or by pressing *9 if calling in by phone. If you're participating in person, please fill out a comment card and bring it to me. And as of right now, I see 2 hands raised. Oh, 3. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Beacon. Let's go ahead with this standard 3-minute time allocation to each of the public speakers. And when you are ready, please go ahead and cue them up and introduce them.
Okay, thank you. Our first speaker will be Mark Doherty. Mark, you do not have to participate, or sorry, you don't have to provide your name and address or locality with your public comment, but you're free to do so if you choose. And I will now allow you to speak, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Father Mark Doherty. I'm the President Rector of St. Patrick's Seminary, located on Middlefield Road at 320 Middlefield Road. I'm also the pastor of Nativity Parish, which is located on Oak Grove Avenue at 210 Oak Grove. I'm calling in to voice my 2 communities, the seminary community and the parish community's strong support for this project. As the chief executive of the seminary and the pastor of the parish, one of the difficult realities that I face on a regular basis is hiring and retaining staff, in large part because of the tremendous cost of living burdens, due in part to the insufficient housing in the area. Hiring teachers at Nativity, professors at the seminary, office staff, facility staff, ground staff, etc., is made quite challenging on account of the insufficient housing in our area and the burdens that presents for prospective employees. So on account of those reasons, my staff, my communities at the seminary and at the parish strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Luca. Luca, I will now allow you to speak, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Luca, you can go ahead and unmute.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Luke Pinkston. I'm a lifelong resident of Menlo Park. I currently live in the downtown area, and I'm an alumni of Menlo Atherton High School. I'm speaking tonight to voice my support for the Parkline project. I really like the housing and open space which the project brings to our town. I think it's really important to have more commercial space near our downtown. Downtown's retail has always struggled in Menlo Park, and I'm hoping by increasing the daytime population, lunchtime demand will increase and will continue to grow the restaurants. Over the years, Refuge and Galanta, both on Santa Cruz Ave, have closed. This has limited a lot of the top restaurants that my wife and I can frequent. Additionally, this project will bring much needed tax benefits to the city of Menlo Park, providing significant resources to continue to improve the school district, starting with the multiple elementary school options all the way through to Menlo Atherton High School. Thank you all for your time this evening, and I look forward to seeing Parkline come to life over the coming years.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Adina Levin. Adina, I will now allow you to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. Hi, Adina. I can't hear you, so can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, I guess. Did that work now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. Wanted to speak to a few of the issues that topics that planning commissioners have raised up in the EIR discussion that were deemed to be more appropriate for the study session and in the questions regarding the study session. So one of those items was about the potential for traffic calming and as a way to improve the safety for people in and in the neighborhoods around the development. And that does seem like a potentially a good idea to assess any problems and be able to address them and improve the safety. One remark regarding the staff reply to that topic was the staff reply was talking about the city's analysis that was about level of service. Level of service is about car delay. So addressing level of service would be making changes to allow people in cars to drive faster. And traffic calming is, somewhat on the other direction of that, which is about enabling drivers to go through the area, but at a moderate speed that allows for the safety of people using all modes of travel. So those are not the traffic calming is different from LOS, which is about traffic speeding. So secondly, in terms of the interest of a number of planning commissioners about a potential lower parking option, it was really interesting to hear the applicant talk about the potential to have flexibility to allow the project, depending on the kind of long-term tenant they may be attracting, to be able to build less parking and to have that as a flexible option. That does sound like a very good and practical idea, given the fact that there are some people in the area that might be concerned about people who do not have a parking space in the development and might park on the street. A typical type of solution to address those kinds of concerns that we in Menlo Park are, may well be, drawn into over time for a variety of reasons might be to have a parking permit program, so that to make sure that residents will be able to park in the neighborhood and to limit the ability to have long-term parking on neighborhood streets for, a variety of reasons to treat it as a parking lot. And lastly, the concern about the confusion about the ITE using mode share, looking at the number of people. If you have 100 people and half of them are not driving or 2/3 are not driving, is a metric that a number of other cities use, and we may wish to use it in a complementary fashion because trip reduction really is confusing, as the planning commissioner was surfacing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Kevin Rennie. Kevin, I will now allow you to speak, and you have 3 minutes, so please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Chair, commissioners, staff. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, here we go. What I heard in the study session was discussions about cars and parking spots. I didn't hear anything on bike parking or incentivize people to take Caltrain. To have a parking spot is an incentive to drive. To create a thriving transit-oriented development that facilitates reduction in vehicle miles traveled, we need more retail, more restaurants that will make a reduction in the miles traveled. I do understand it's near a transit corridor. We keep speaking to that, but what is the incentive for people to actually use it? I would like, as I spoke before, new bicycle and transportation, pedestrians. I would like to see whoever is in the building to provide Go passes or a Caltrain pass for free to incentivize people to take Caltrain. Additionally, in a vibrant community, families are one of the most important things. When reading through the EIR, 60% of the housing provided is a studio or a 1-bedroom, which I don't think is building to the community that we want. And with that, it would be more transient, people moving in and out. Additionally, to incentivize biking, I would like to see protected bike parking, and also incentivizing people to stay in Menlo Park. As other people spoke to, it would be nice to see discounted rents or incentives for families that work in Menlo Park and stay in Menlo Park. Additionally, there's been flooding in the area, especially north or east, however you see it, towards the bay, where there's standing water on Ringwood, Coleman, and those roads. And I'm very concerned about the runoff of this project. I would like to see walkways, sidewalks, bike paths with rain gardens to combat increased flooding. I didn't see anything like this in the report and want a greater study of that. Additionally, the impact report, I wonder how people are going to get to work. Are they going to take 101 to Marsh Road to Willow Road? I don't think anything was done on that. And I'm a little concerned that I know there's a bunch of pages in this report, but it just doesn't go far enough. Thank you again. Best regards. I yield back.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. At this time, I do not see any more hands raised and have not received any comment cards.
Let's give it 5 more seconds. Do we have any additional commenters at this time?
I can confirm that no public comments have been submitted since.
Thank you. Then I will go ahead and close this public comment period on G1, our study session, and bring the discussion back to the commissioners for questions, commentary, and feedback. Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I wanted to make a comment on the site plan. I appreciate very much how it has clearly evolved, and the site plan and the massing has evolved in response to feedback from council, this commission, and the community. Most importantly, the addition of the townhomes by the affordable housing starts to lessen the sense of isolation. since I've been involved in this, the separation of the affordable housing has always been, tough to accept. And I don't know, clearly you guys have worked on it a lot, so I feel kind of bad saying this, but it kind of defies logic that the affordable housing, and they also have a significantly lower parking rate, and maybe that's typical, but that they're on the far end away from the train station. And it's a long block from Middlefield to, the Ravenswood block. It's kind of long. So I don't know if there's any more possibility for evolution there, but it's just an observation that I wish it were closer to the transit corridor. And I wanted to follow up on a trees question that Commissioner Silverstein was asking, if the renderings were aspirational, and the reply was like, yeah, it's going to take a while to mature. And I was wondering if for the future, at our next meeting, is it possible, the landscape architect or the arborist, is it possible to get a quantified canopy cover, what it is now, and what the projected canopy cover is with the given number of trees and species, and how many years it would take to achieve that, the goal, the projected canopy cover? And I ask that because we also have, percentages of permeable and impermeable ground surface in development projects, and kind of helps understand, comfort for humans, environmental effects, runoff, heat island. So I'm wondering if quantifying the canopy cover would also kind of give a more holistic picture of our built environment. Actually, through the chair, I may just ask if that's something that the landscape team can, if that's a thing that can be provided at some point, or design team.
So starting with the canopy cover item, let me discuss with our landscape architect, and it's just not a question. We've generally, it's usually more tree replacement and number of new trees for trees that are lost. We can definitely, I think we can calculate something, but it'll be sort of an estimate. I think we can definitely give you canopy stats for trees being retained, because those are existing trees.
Mm-hmm,
So that's probably easier to do, and then make some estimates from there.
Yeah, and I don't know what the math if it's, really complicated, but it just kind of seems like the end goal is, what are we going here? I don't want to like nitpick like, number of trees, but more just like the end goal is a healthy, generous canopy. So to the extent that we can kind of communicate that is really what I'm getting at. So thank you for.
No, totally understand the question. I think we need to put our heads together
Okay.
and kind of figure out the best way to
Totally.
articulate that and
Yeah.
calculate it. And then going back to the affordable building, so there's, again, we looked at a lot of iterations. That was one of the considerations we made. As it relates to the parking ratio, so this is actually, I don't think this is clear in our CDP, but the affordable building will have a certain number of stalls in the grade level podium for that building, which is, a relatively low ratio. But that we are actually going to provide, there's abundant parking for the office building that is available on nights and weekends that we are going to provide an easement to that affordable developer at no charge. So they should have plenty of like abundant parking essentially on nights and weekends when it's most needed, but also that affordable developer who's generally responsible for the construction of their own site doesn't have to spend, as I mentioned earlier, structured parking's very, very expensive. So it's actually, what we see as a benefit to the affordable dedication. In terms of low income, in terms of location, there's kind of a lot of reasons that went into that. If you look at, one of the big challenges, like how do we get to these densities without going really tall and upsetting neighbors for one reason or another? If you look at a prior iteration where we had the low income building, in the Laurel elevation, we had 4 buildings. They were less efficient. We ended up changing the design of that area into 2 larger buildings that are, 4 and 5 stories, but the footprints are really massive, those buildings, right? They really spread them out. If you kind of look at the current CDP, you really can't flip-flop one of those buildings for the other. The spaces don't work. To your point, we did try to make it a mixed income district by adding those townhomes, but that's really the only way we made it fit. Another consideration that came up for both us and the affordable developer is when you start thinking about construction phasing, you really don't want owner A, owner B, and then owner A. You really can't phase projects effectively. You don't want to be trying to lease up one building when your neighbor's under construction at the same time. So that's a practical consideration. That wasn't the driving force, but that was another reason we're kind of having it there. And there's just a lot of other things at play, making the commercial area work as well. One thing I'll add is, it is within, I think, half a mile of transit, which is kind of one of the litmus tests but I agree with you. It's a real walk. We will be having a shuttle service for the entire site as part of our TDM plan. We generally do that with the idea of making sure all the commercial workers are staying out of their cars and getting to Caltrain really efficiently, but it's also going to be open to folks who live in that building as well. We would hope most people would walk. I probably would, but there's people with small kids or people with disabilities where, that is a longer walk. And so we were planning on that anyways.
Great, thank you. No, I appreciate all that thought that has gone into it. So thank you. I'm going to jump to noise during construction. This was an EIR impact, but it's going to be an impact to the neighbors. So thank you to Commissioner Sillen for bringing that up. So the project will take 8.5 years about to complete. And when you think about it, for anyone who's living nearby, that's a large chunk of a kid's childhood. And so, and I think staff might have mentioned that it can maybe some updates. I forget exactly what we said might be helpful for residents, like a point person to contact or something. But, maybe you can't mitigate the noise anymore after you do the noise barriers and use, electric motors. But I'm just wondering on the project website, because you guys have been so good at communicating to the community about open houses and events throughout these years. I just wonder on a project website, could you be like, hey, we're jackhammering asphalt and concrete in this corner of the site on this day? I just feel like maybe if the sound and vibration can't be further mitigated after all mitigations have been applied, at least mitigating the emotional stress that comes with sound for anyone who's working from home, people with kids, anyone else who may be sensitive to noise. So that's just my comment on the noise. Last comment I have for now is on art and design. Ms. Headley sent in a public comment earlier today about integrating art into the site. So through the chair, I'd like to ask the applicant if you guys have any thoughts about that. I think in some drawings from 2022, there's a garage elevation facing the Burgess Classics where there's like a vine trellis treatment to create a barrier, not a barrier, but a screening element. So I'm just wondering if that's something you're still thinking of doing, and if maybe if there's any opportunities for art. I was shouldn't design from the dais, but just looking at the site plan, there's the north end of one of the parking garages that faces that what's labeled a recreational field, and you can see it from Ravenswood. And just wondering, like, are there moments like that where you could have art integrated and that also be part of the community benefit?
Yes, we're very open to considering that. So that's kind of a later phase item. Candidly, we've been focused on kind of the site planning and programmatic stuff to date. So
Totally.
haven't got to that level of detail, but I think it's a great element, particularly to pair with all the public access.
Totally, absolutely. See, it's icing on the cake, and I think I'm going to hold off on additional comments for now. Thank you.
Since Chair Doe, or excuse me, since Commissioner Doe had some questions about the affordable component of things, I think I may just ask a subset of my questions that deal with the affordable, the 100% affordable component of the site plan. But before I do that, I actually just wanted to address a question that was asked in the applicant's initial presentation, which is, to paraphrase, are we headed in the right direction? And I think my answer is absolutely. The last time you came before the Planning Commission and we discussed the then proposal, I think the realization that I had, and I'm borrowing words from someone else in that meeting, that this is a once in a generation opportunity to create infill and change the fundamental dynamics of the city, the flow of traffic, the flow of people, the interactions between the two sides of town, and the ability to create just a more dynamic, a dynamic flow through the city, and also to have the contact with the natural spaces and the trees. I also very much appreciate that since that time, the proposal has gotten greater housing density while simultaneously taking into consideration the strong feedback from the neighbors who are most impacted because they are right adjacent to this particular project. I wish that everything that came before the city showed this degree of sensitivity both to the neighbors and to the priorities of the city. So I think because you asked the question, my personal answer to that question is yes. So the feedback that I'm going to offer here tonight, starting with some of the affordable housing stuff, is about fine tuning. Because I think everybody wants this to be the best possible project that it can be. So thank you for addressing the question about parking, specifically for the affordable housing, and the 0.5 units, 0.5 spots per unit was very low. It struck me as being lower than other, per the staff report, other zoning districts. I appreciate your clarification that I believe you said the developer is going to have the relationship. You will have the relationship with the developer of the affordable housing unit. So this is not something that they will have to negotiate with the tenants, correct? Okay, great. So just clarifying that understanding so that that's a good solution to the parking issue. One of the things that's talked about in this report is the phasing, and that this 100% affordable building is one of the last stages. And a number of people in prior meetings and public comment have been, couldn't we accelerate that? So my question to the applicant is, what kinds of things, if any, could the city do that would accelerate the timeline of that 100% affordable housing building?
So just to clarify where that later phase assumption came from, we make assumptions along with, the CEQA analysis about, and sometimes it's being conservative about when something will occur. I think our inputs there were based on the fact that, we won't be financing that project. Our role is dedicating the land to that third-party affordable developer. Then they have to go through a financing process of their own. So we wanted to be conservative on when that would be built and delivered. That being said, as it relates to our role in making that dedication, we're very comfortable having that be in whatever the initial phase of whatever the market allows and we elect to do for the market rate component. We would make that dedication very early on.
Thank you. And I think that's positive to hear sort of the role that Lane would play in that SRI would play in that. Based on your experience, and this is perhaps a hypothetical, what else could the city do in support of that affordable housing developer? For example, funding.
Yeah, funding is is the answer. I'll have to discuss with the affordable housing developer of what they normally see, and there's different stages where they're spending money on early stage consultants of just basic architecture and planning and things like that. So I'll kind of get a more specific answer to that. Funding of any kind at any stage is always incredibly helpful, whether that's in funding or fee relief to the fees charged to the third-party developer. Things like that are, I think, very, very impactful. I think what we're trying to do is deliver them a relatively light lift. Like hopefully as the project gets approved this year, they would be at a stage where the CEQA work is done and the costs related to that. And they're generally just moving on to kind of architectural review, just kind of the basic stuff that's a little more cost effective. But I think funding help at any and every stage would be the answer, but I can work with them to get you more specifics on that.
Thank you. I think more specifics are always helpful. And while we're sort of on the funding, I'd like to verify my understanding of an issue related to the affordable housing development that I've gleaned from other projects. My understanding is that it is much easier to acquire state or local funding specific to affordable housing when you have a building that is 100% affordable. And that's part of the reason that the building is, rather than having all 31% of the affordable units distributed across all of the different buildings, there is a concentration of 100% affordable housing, in part because that is what makes it financially possible. That is something that I have heard from other projects. I am assuming, but want to confirm that that also applies to this project.
Yeah, that's totally accurate. So again, the 31% is comprised of 15% inclusionary affordable that we have mixed throughout the project we're building. And then the land dedication to that third party would be 100% affordable. And that's a completely different animal. That's funding sources from state and county and tax credits and kind of a completely different thing. Because ultimately, a market rate development with a certain percentage of inclusionary can only sustain so much affordable housing because it's ultimately a market rate development that's financed as a market rate development. Whereas this is a completely kind of different financing scheme that is predicated upon being 100% affordable. So we're kind of doing both, but that's how we're able to get to that. And that's a good summary of it.
Okay, thank you. I do have more different categories of questions, but I'm going to give other commissioners a chance to start their commentary and questions. Vice Chair Eric.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. So first and foremost, I just want to express my excitement and appreciation for this project. I think there are enormous amounts of thought, clearly a lot of thoughtful parts of this design, and I want to compliment the entire team for all of their work. I also want to express my thanks to those in our city who have been part of shaping and scoping this project. I am really proud to be part of a community that took a proposal that started at around 400 units of housing and pushed the developer to add more housing, and then worked with the developer to find, I think, a quite elegant way of doing that. I think all of that is a testament to the people of our city and to the engagement that's gone into this project far before we've reached this point tonight. So I want to express my appreciation for that. I'm excited about the hopefully the 800 units of housing for lots of reasons. I think that was best expressed by the chief executive of the seminary, who talked about the need for people to be able to live here who also work here. I can't help but sort of cheekily suggest to that gentleman whose name I didn't catch that there is now a bill in California, SB 4, that would make it possible to build much more housing on unused seminary land in Menlo Park, so he could help himself even more, and that would be really exciting. I want to focus my comments on the part of this project that I appreciate the most, which is the transit, and in particular, pedestrian and bicycle transit connectivity. I think all of that has been really thoughtful. I think it's both a nice gesture from the project to support the Middle Avenue crossing, but also an incredibly strategic one in that it will help this project be successful to have greater transit links. So I think that's really great. My question and comment here focuses on attachment M, which is, I believe, the bike connectivity map. And if you're looking at page M1, which is also marked G4.07, then on the right-hand side of that image, there's a hard to pick out dotted green line that goes from that corner of the site to Middlefield, and I believe might not be on that page, might be on the previous page, that it's noted that that is a potential future route under study. And I would just really encourage that potential route to be studied and eventually built. I think that corner of the site does not have tons of great connectivity to the rest of Menlo Park, and in particular the eastern part of Menlo Park. There are now some nice new bike lanes driving north on Middlefield from Willow Road, and that green line would connect nicely to those bike lanes and extend the network and make it possible folks who are driving from eastern Menlo Park up Willow to access the site a lot more easily. So that would be my suggestion. And for the sake of time and prioritization, I'm going to leave it there and just, again, express my thanks to the whole project team.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Yes, I also wanted to express my thanks to the applicant for a thoughtful proposal. I think, yeah, this is definitely a once-in-a-generation chance. It's a big, big change coming potentially to Menlo Park. And I think often when developers come in from other places, proposals could be made and adjusted based on the whims of the community, but it feels like in this case, since the developer is local, it kind of translates in the proposal to things that make a lot of sense for the community. And so it's grounded in that, and then the community and various commission, the council are improving on that. So I want to say thank you for that, and thank you staff and everyone else who's been working on this for such a long time. I'm kind of jumping in as a relatively new commissioner into the process, but I am excited about the proposal. My focus historically, just as a community member, has been on housing. I'm a little bit ambivalent on this topic just because I understand, it is adding housing to Menlo Park, but at the end of the day, like one of the public commenters mentioned, it is a net negative in the sense that we are adding more workers than we are creating housing for. The reason that the housing needs analysis shows that it's a net positive for Menlo Park is because it's precedented on the fact that only 5% of the employees that will be working on this project are going to live in Menlo Park. And the analysis states that, and this is the housing needs analysis, states that that number has been going down. It was 10%, I believe, a decade ago or 2 decades ago, and it's been steadily dropping. And I don't think we should quibble about it. This project will continue to decrease that number since effectively all the new employees at this project couldn't possibly live in the housing that's being built. So they will have to look elsewhere, which creates more commuters. That being said, when I looked at the CDP that's currently in place, I understand that currently SRI, my understanding is, could basically do like a gut and remodel of the existing buildings and create more space for other uses and add something to the tune of, I believe, like 1,300 more employees coming to the site as it is without building any housing. I also want to recognize that I don't think SRI, has any intention of building housing themselves. So they're partnering with Lane Partners, and they've made a call to add housing to what is currently a research park. So keeping that in mind, I appreciate the addition of housing and I welcome it, and I think it's great. I just also want to be realistic about what's happening. And I also definitely appreciate that we started at a much lower number and we're at a higher number. I personally would like to see an even higher number, but I understand that making such a big change at this point may be unrealistic. I do want to ask a question of the applicant that's kind of the reverse of that, which is similar to the parking. The entitlements are asking for 800 units of housing. Is there any reason that the community might expect that the actual number ends up being lower based on market conditions or anything else like that?
So as we discussed earlier, there's kind of two components. There's our project that we're building, which includes a 15% inclusionary affordable, and then there's the dedication to the third-party nonprofit. So as it relates to our component, I think we have 100%, unless we came back and asked for different approvals, we have 100% intention of building those out. How quickly that happens or in what kind of phasing, that is where the market will ultimately determine that. We're hopeful by the time we can get to a building permit, the residential market will have recovered, or we can hopefully at least begin doing so. As it relates to the third-party nonprofit, what we're entitling on their behalf is really like kind of a CEQA envelope. So it's 154 units. We have planned for larger units, and that was a comment earlier about family housing. So one of the financing strategies for 100% low-income housing is family housing, which requires 25% 2 and 25% 3-bedroom housing at a minimum. I think what we have planned right now is 30% of each, just to make sure we're showing, in terms of height and massing, we're showing kind of the, outer bounds of what could take place. But ultimately, that third-party nonprofit affordable developer would make the determination of how many. So that would be the only place I think in the project you could see them theoretically do less. I don't think that's what they want to do, but again, they have a different financing market that has ups and downs as well. But our hope is they would do all of it as well.
Thank you. And quick follow-up question on the BMR units, I guess, as a whole, in terms of levels of affordability. I know there's like low income, very low income, and that dictates the rents that's set. Is that something that is being discussed now, or is that a later discussion for a separate permit process or something like that?
So as it relates to the dedication, that will be low, very low, and extremely low. So it has to be low or below that for that dedication.
Yeah, my understanding is that, like, we could stipulate a distribution, like it has to be, 30% of the units have to be very low, 20% extremely low, or something like that. Is
So
that being decided now?
I think the code is that the 15% would have to average low income. So one example would be 5% moderate, 5% low, 5% very low would achieve that.
And that's, Mr. Parada, that's dictated by our city code, is that by our BMR ordinance? Is that correct?
Yeah, so from the BMR ordinance, the 15% that's required would need to be equivalent to low income. For the 100% affordable, that's in addition to the BMR requirement, so that wouldn't necessarily be governed by the ordinance.
Thank you. Yeah, those are my comments on housing. And my other comments definitely relate to traffic and circulation, which, again, I think we should be clear. This is likely to add more car trips to that area of Menlo Park. And my read of the staff report is that there are some changes that are going to be made, like a longer left turn lane on Middlefield and Seminary and a traffic light, and et cetera. But at the end of the day, our streets are relatively narrow, and not that I would support widening them, but it seems like we basically can't. So I think we should definitely, as a community, be concerned about what mitigation measures we can put in place to try to reduce the number of car trips. And since this project is so close to transit, and since Menlo Park is very bike friendly, I think we should be looking at this as a great opportunity to double down on those things. For me, for the bike circulation, it seems like, my kids are in not even in elementary school yet, but I'm on the other side of the train tracks, and I'm in the Outlet Arts neighborhood where potentially my children would be using the undercrossing at Middle to get to MA High School when the time comes. And I love the idea of being able to, traverse through this campus to get there rather than having to go on Ravenswood or all the way around the other side. So I think that's great. I do think it's a little concerning to me that the majority of the bike access here, if you're coming from that side to the high school, is traversing along where the cars are going, and the attachment M, the bicycle circulation. That's the blue line. I believe that's class 2 or class 3, like a buffered lane along the loop road where the cars are going. Like we just mentioned, a lot of cars coming to those parking structures, and that happens to be the same place where kids might be biking to get to school. On top of that, if I'm looking at this and I see all those pedestrian paths cutting through, I might be tempted to cut through that way as a cyclist. So I think it would be important to focus on the route to MA. I also see that at Ravenswood, as you get closer to MA, there's says if there's a proposed connection to existing bicycle network. I assume that's just the bike lane going along Ravenswood. So my assumption is that if you're going to MA, you want to cross at Ravenswood and not Ringwood, because at Ringwood, that's just you're going across a giant parking lot to get to school, whereas at Ravenswood, you're basically coming in through the front gate. So that's another area where I think it makes sense to focus on making sure that cyclists can pretty easily get to MA from there. And I know the applicant mentioned potentially widening the bike lanes on Ravenswood, and I'm just questioning whether that's warranted, since we're creating this path right next to Ravenswood that's nice and protected by trees and separated from the streets that is proposed to be shared by pedestrians and cyclists. That seems like a much nicer place for kids to come and go from school. So I would suggest focusing on that as the bike path to go along Ravenswood rather than the bike lanes on Ravenswood. And I believe that the staff report and potentially the TIA mentioned adding a left turn lane on Ravenswood for cars to access the property. So it does seem like if you're coming from 101 on a car, you will be taking either Willow or Marsh. And if you're taking Willow and turning onto Middlefield, you have those left turns onto Seminary or D. Again, I'm kind of taking the Allied Arts lens, whereas some of the other commissioners here might take the lens of someone coming from Willows, but that wouldn't affect a cyclist coming from the other side of El Camino going to high school. But for the cars going down Marsh, I'm guessing they would come down Middlefield, be likely to turn right on Ravenswood, and then look to make a left turn into the loop road there. So there's going to be some potential conflict between cyclists going up Ravenswood and cars turning left into the project that I think is also worth considering. Pie in the sky idea would be some sort of, underground or overground clearance for pedestrians and cyclists interacting with cars at those intersections, and also even going across Middlefield at Ravenswood, so that it's completely separate and you don't even have to deal with, distracted drivers trying to turn on a street when there's a high school kid biking up the path. I don't know if that's realistic or not, but that would be very welcome. I really appreciate the Paseo idea coming off of Laurel. I think that's great, as well as the path going from Burgess to Seminary along the other side of the property. I think those are great and will be well used. Another comment I had looking at some of the 3D renderings, there's one in particular that struck me where there's like a family with a stroller, and right next to them are like a couple of cyclists on the shared path. Again, if we're talking about, kids biking to school and people walking to work and all these different things, it might make sense to consider having some sort of separation between the bike and the pedestrian path. I think that might be worth looking into, just as a way to have some safety. Let's see, let me look at my notes here, just a minute. Yeah, I second the public commenter, Ms. Levin, what she said about local traffic and people parking on side streets. As someone that used to live in Los Angeles, very common situation where I would spend like 20 minutes looking for parking near my own apartment because of a lot of people parking there that work in the area. I think permits would be a good thing to consider for those local side streets where residents are concerned. And as far as cut-through traffic on some of those streets, I mean, the permit parking may help to some extent. One of the, I believe, comments in the staff report mentioned commuters to MA parking on the local side streets as well, which makes the street even more narrow. And then you have people cutting through going to work. So that sounds like a very tough situation for those neighbors. So I did want to ask a question of staff, whether there's been any consideration on anything we can do to reduce cut-through traffic on the side streets bordering Ravenswood in particular.
So let's see, thanks for the question regarding cut-through traffic on the side streets. Just to maybe clarify, are we talking about the side streets off of Ravenswood, Pine, Marcuson? Okay.
Yes.
So I might look to Ms. Sandmeyer or Ms. Choi for whether or not or how we evaluated that. But I think that certainly is part of the updated site plan. I think some of the site plan changes do change some of the access from Ravenswood to reduce that possibility. So I think an earlier iteration of the site plan is actually maybe more appropriate for the applicant, as I start to respond to your question, lined up the main access with Pine, which would create a four-way, the more likelihood that folks traveling to the site would take Pine in or Pine out potentially, although there could be restrictions for turning movement. So that would be one thing that has changed from the applicant's updated design that would potentially reduce that for possible cut through. So there are things that have been done over time. I don't believe the analysis, and I'll look to the experts in transportation or the project planner. I don't believe the analysis got to that level of detail on trips going through Marcuson, just given the volumes that street would take or could take. I think it would be less likely that vehicles would find their way down that street versus going to Middlefield or using Laurel if you were to head what is kind of the northbound direction for transportation purposes on Marsh, or to Marsh, excuse me, to get to the freeway. So hopefully that helps clarify, but certainly Ms. Sandmeyer or Ms. Choi, please chime in if there's anything else to add.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. So maybe if Ms. Choi has something to add on that, that'd be helpful.
No, I don't. I think Kyle covered it pretty well. I think the applicant did change their site when they did their variant, and so like there's not a potential for cut through on Pine, and then we didn't think that Marcuson was going to be a cut through route, given the proximity to like Ravens Middlefield, and it'd just be easier to come straight down Middlefield to access the project site.
Okay, thank you. I'm kind of going off of the comment that was submitted from a resident on one of the streets. So I don't have personal experience. I guess my suggestion, which I've seen implemented in Palo Alto, and now we have the Blake Street example where we just basically close off one side of the access to that street to reduce cut-through traffic. Perhaps that could be considered based on whatever other data could be collected. But yeah, in summary, for traffic, parking, and biking, I think my main concern and focus is just navigating commuters to school and from school versus drivers to and from work. And we know that can cause problems in other parts of the city. So I just think we need to be very thoughtful about how that's all going to be balanced out. And I do think we have to operate from the assumption that, the bike riders, since they're a little bit younger, might be doing some wacky things. So the more we can sort of design things such that it's very easy and focused to navigate to MA, I think would be in everyone's best interest. And one thing I wanted to comment on regarding the TDM with parking, I know I mentioned that one of the mitigation strategies was to unbundle residential parking, where residents don't just automatically get a free parking spot with their unit. They have to pay for it separately, which presumably would make people think twice about parking their car. I'm wondering, I think maybe it's a question for the applicant, whether something similar could be considered for the office component, where, and I've seen this happen, again, in Los Angeles, I've seen this happen where downtown, if you work downtown in one of those high rises, oftentimes you had to pay for parking separately, which was often mentioned by my friends that worked there. So I'm wondering if something similar could be considered for the office component, or whether that doesn't make sense.
So I think that kind of model, which you might see in like San Francisco and a downtown, where I think parking is less necessary and also more scarce than like a downtown office building in San Francisco, right? They'll be like $200 a month, and that's a premium someone pays to use parking. Here, these are kind of larger users in a more suburban environment. In general, in the market, you haven't seen, a company will, one of these buildings is 200,000 square feet. So if they leased a building, they would get their pro rata share of that parking ratio. So it's not really on an individual basis. It's something we can continue to look into, but we've tried to go for other TDM measures because that's not something that we've seen in the market. It might be, tough to administer as well, just given the scale of tenants.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, anything we can do to reduce car trips would be quite welcome. I appreciate the fact that the parking, based on what we said, is much lower per 1,000 square feet than similar projects. So that's great. I do have some comments on the community space and benefits, but I will stop talking for a minute to see if others want to chime in.
Thank you. Commissioner Sillin, I will walk through the door that you have just opened as it relates to a question about the community space. One of the community amenities that's laid out as a possibility and was discussed in the council meeting in May was the idea of potentially an additional office space, meeting space near the recreational field. But it's not currently incorporated into any of the analyses, including the EIR. So I think this is a question for staff. But if that community space that is open near the recreation field were to be developed, for example, as offices that could be used by a school district, what constraints would be faced about the ability to develop additional square footage? And my very specific question is, could it be a two-story building?
So if additional community space like that is not analyzed in the draft EIR, so it would need to go through its own CEQA process and then architectural control. I don't think there would be any, I can't think of a specific reason why it couldn't be 2 stories, but it would have to go through a CEQA and entitlement process.
Thank you. I think the clarification that it would need a new CEQA process was, I think, my thought. Related, if I'm assuming this might also be, the next question I'm going to ask is something that might also trigger a subsequent EIR process or an additional CEQA process. If SRI chose to eventually renovate or replace the 3 buildings that are currently being retained, the PS and T, what would the city require of that process, the city/state?
So currently, those 3 buildings are going through a separate entitlement process for architectural control that includes some interior modifications and a combined utility yard with a generator and other related equipment. So I would assume that if that's approved, that those buildings would be retained for a while. But I think in general, it would just kind of depend on the exact proposal and how the zoning and CDP are structured.
But it is likely to require an additional CEQA process, or is there some way that it's included in what's already been done?
Not necessarily. I mean, if it's smaller architectural control for renovations and that sort of thing, it could fall under an exemption. We'd have to look at if it's like a whole building replacement, like for like, we'd have to look into that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful scope. Since I'm picking up threads other people have put out there, I wanted to ask about that potential exit at the east corner near Garage 2 in the direction of Seminary Drive. I think Vice Chair Eric brought that up. Who are the stakeholders in that evaluation, and what are the considerations as to whether or not that gets opened up as a point of access of any format?
Yeah, I think we're working with the applicant currently to figure out the access. I think it's definitely something that, we want access from Seminary there. That'll be important. We're just working on the configuration and working with the applicant and the transportation division in the city.
If I may add, so while that access is currently city dedicated right away, there are, I think as Chair Schindler was kind of alluding to, there are some additional stakeholders or interests. The USGS does have access there that the city and the applicant are evaluating multiple different scenarios, as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, that do take into account that existing and future access for the adjacent user, currently USGS. And there are encroachments in that area. So there are a lot of things that are in flux that the city's working on. So just to provide a little more context.
Thank you. I have 1 or 2 more questions, but I'm going to turn over to other commissioners. But before I even do that, I think it's likely that we may need to extend this meeting, given that it's quarter till. Staff have a recommendation as to how we proceed.
Yeah, we can take a quick second to do a little roll call vote. If a commissioner would like to make a motion second to extend it to a certain time period, that would be ideal. So is that 11:15, 11:30? Let the commission decide. Or is it 11:05 perhaps, just to throw it out there?
I think I'd particularly look to commissioners who may not have had a chance to get fully through their list at this point to make a motion or a second or not.
Move to extend the meeting to 11:15.
We have a first from Commissioner Silverstein to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Doe. Quick vote. Commissioner Doe?
Yes.
Vice Chair Eric?
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen?
Yes.
Commissioner Silverstein?
Yes.
And I am also a yes, so we will extend the meeting, have the ability to extend the meeting until 11:15. I will sit on the rest of my questions until other commissioners have had an opportunity. Commissioner Silverstein.
Thanks. Hopefully this won't take too long, and I'll try to talk quickly. So I want to echo previous comments about my overall excitement and pride for this project. It's been said before on the commission, in public comments, both today as well as the last time this project was up for discussion in a city council meeting a few weeks ago. But thank you to everyone for putting all the immense time into this project and making something we're all super excited to see to its completion. I also wrote a number of these comments down, so apologies if there's some overlap with what's already been said on the dais, but I'll go through them. Before getting into any project-specific comments, I do want to express a minor quibble with the financial impact report on attachment JJ. For anyone listening who might have read it, according to that report, the net financial impact to the city is expected to be lower with the increased density option, which implies that any given resident to Menlo Park is expected to cost the city more than their respective increase in tax revenues. The methodology used for the FIR was assuming that new residents of the project would behave as the average resident in Menlo Park, which is fine for an analysis, but it's my perspective that these residents living in a development closer to downtown in a more dense living environment are more likely to shop at local stores that are within walkable or bikeable distance and thus have a higher than average tax impact. I also have the same concern regarding city expenditures per capita. The FIR uses average expenditures per resident, but it doesn't account for any economies of scale for residents living in a more dense living arrangement. I imagine that it's cheaper for police, fire, or public works departments to support 2,000 residents living within one project site than it is for those same 2,000 residents living across an entire single-family neighborhood. All that is to say, I imagine that the increased density option is likely to be more financially advantageous to the city than the financial impact report is giving it credit for. Okay, so on to the project itself. Regarding biking, it's been said before, I'm super excited to see the increased bike infrastructure, have a few recommended changes. I would love to see the Class 1 bike path continued along Middlefield. I recognize that the project's property doesn't run directly along Middlefield, so it wouldn't necessarily be a part of this project, but it'd be a great benefit to the connectivity to and from the site itself, and to whatever extent the, as developers, you can work with the city to make that happen would be fantastic. I am worried about some of the Class 1 bike paths on the project as it currently stands. The currently proposed shared pedestrian and bike paths is awesome when it comes to separation from cars, but it can potentially get very crowded if some people are trying to commute by bike quickly and others are taking a nice stroll along the shared walking path. In the renderings, it shows that potential conflict. There wasn't also any clarity whether or not there would be directionality to these paths so people know where to go, and I'm worried overall about the potential conflicts within those much needed spaces. I also want to highly emphasize the need to continue the separated bike path on Ravenswood toward Middlefield and toward the high school. The current narrow Class 2 Ravenswood bike lanes are not sufficiently safe to be considered a formal safe route to school. And I know that the project stops before then. To whatever extent we can actually continue that would be very needed for those high schoolers biking to school. I'm very excited about the Class 4 bike lane on Laurel. Would love to emphasize the benefits of having a formally separated bike lane and not simply a buffered one without formal infrastructure between bikers and cars. I also just want to confirm that that's planning on being bidirectional. It wasn't necessarily clear in the proposal. Beautiful. I'm happy to see bike parking on the site, but want to make two quick comments to encourage thinking about some specific things. First is electric bikes. My work has a specific bike room for e-bike riders with outlets that allows riders to charge their bikes during the day in a safe space. And so that, again, would encourage people to be able to bike to work from slightly further distances. And then I also want to encourage thinking about cargo bikes as well. I know that more and more families are thinking about biking their kids to school, especially in apartments on this site without a formal garage. It might be difficult for someone to own a cargo bike without a dedicated safe space to store it overnight. And that could easily be the difference between someone biking for their daily trips and then driving everywhere. In regards to transit, very happy to hear that the TDM plan will include a shuttle service. I used to take Caltrain from San Francisco to the peninsula and was only able to do so effectively because of a shuttle that solved my last mile problem. I would love to see it timed with Caltrain to whatever extent possible. And I think that with the electrification of Caltrain, they're planning on increasing their number of trips per hour. So just some things to keep in mind. Regarding parking and cars, as I mentioned in the EIR section, I disagree with the overall conclusion that the number of spots wouldn't have an effect on the percent of people who drive to work. I don't have any specific concrete recommendations on the optimal number of parking spots, and will defer to the developers in terms of the project's needs, but I'm very happy to support reducing the broader need for parking and the number of people who are driving to work. I totally agree on decoupling parking from the renter sale of any given unit. It definitely increases the efficiency of parking allocations, and that way, if one person doesn't need any parking spots, or they only need one instead of two, they can save some money accordingly. And then, as another note, I couldn't tell if this was already part of the existing project, but today there are 2 right turn slip lanes from Ravenswood onto Middlefield and Middlefield onto D Street. And those lanes just encourage speeding around corners and are notoriously dangerous for pedestrians trying to cross the street there. And I don't know if that is planning on being solved, but certainly something to keep in mind. As far as the neighborhood concerns go, I mentioned before, but even if there isn't a specific project-wide EIR impact for the increase of traffic, I am rather empathetic to people who wouldn't want fast cars using their local residential street as a cut-through. I would love to see the Public Works Department implementing either traffic calming, potentially traffic flow changes, such as no left turns or one-way only streets, or no through traffic streets for nearby residents. And that way we can kind of contain the purpose of those larger through streets we have in Menlo Park, of Middlefield and Ravenswood, that are getting people through places as opposed to our residential streets, which are mostly for the purpose of getting people to their homes. And then one very last comment, a resident recently mentioned to me their concern about the conditions of the construction workers themselves throughout the course of the project, and whether or not Lane Partners had any assurances or commitments to the wages or benefits of the construction workers. And I just wanted to see if anyone had any comments on that. The specific concern was just whether or not there were any kind of formal commitments around minimum wages that construction workers would be making, either union benefits, healthcare, anything relating to kind of the general assurance that we're going to take care of the construction workers we're using for a large project like this. If the answer is you have nothing to report, that's fine, but wanted to certainly ask the question.
I think it's something we're looking into now and expect to be something we discuss in the DA process. Like I can tell you, I think the overwhelming majority of just aggregate dollars that go into this project will go to prevailing wage union shops.
Thank you. Ms. Sandmeyer, I was wondering if you could put the slide back up that was at the end of your presentation where you had some specific bullets that I think you were looking for feedback on, some of them related to things that might be terms of the negotiation for the DA. I think we would all benefit from just taking another look at that set of bullets, which I believe are, if my recollection is correct, similar to the closing part of the staff report, where there were a little more than half a dozen things proposed as possible topics, and a request for feedback was given.
Yes, I'll pull that up momentarily.
Okay. So at least in looking at the ideas that were in the staff report, the community benefit that was of most interest, that struck me as the greatest opportunity, and the thing I would be most excited about to see was the funding for projects that basically improved connectivity to the site. The most obvious example in my mind was the Middle Avenue undercrossing, because I think that amplifies all of the best parts of this project. The ability to have cycling, greater flow across town, greater access into downtown, greater flow of residents to school, to students. And I think it also had the benefit of making the value of the commercial and residential spaces inside this development more valuable. They're more accessible. So it feels like a win on many levels. So that was not what was on this slide. These were some of the other ones. Thank you for putting this back up. I think many of these things have been covered at some level this evening. I'm encourage commissioners to just take a look at this and see if there are any topics where you had specific feedback in terms of priorities that would help staff with discussion and negotiations ongoing. Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. I want to thank Commissioner Silverstein for moving through his comments at a rapid pace. I'll try to do the same. Just a few more comments. Yeah, it kind of, the more we talk, the more I'm realizing the applicant's opening remarks during the presentation make sense. We have right now this kind of gated big block right next to Caltrain between high school and different neighborhoods in Menlo Park that now is kind of has the potential to melt and create all sorts of different pathways and uses. So it feels like a big opportunity to focus on access and circulation, given that we're kind of opening up this whole area. And yeah, I think going back to Ravenswood and the idea of having the cyclists travel not in the bike lanes along the road where people are going to 101 from 101, they're commuting to school, commuting to work, distracted, whatever. As a cyclist, I would feel so much more comfortable going along that kind of parklet or windy path, paseo, whatever we call it, that's next to the street, buffered by trees and other things. A great example of that is Sand Hill Road going from El Camino to Clark Way, which is on the Palo Alto side, but it's sort of a windy little sidewalk area. There's a bike lane on Sand Hill Road that occasionally you see road cyclists use, but most cyclists go on the shared sidewalk bike path that kind of meanders right next to the street, and it's got separation from the street by trees. My son rides a tricycle there, totally comfortable with him doing that. Obviously, there's no way I'm going to let him ride a tricycle in the bike lane on Sand Hill Road. So similar here, Ravenswood. I think that's a model for these kind of busy connecting streets, Middlefield, Ravenswood, et cetera, where most cyclists realistically are not going to be using the bike lane. It's just too many cars, too many distracted drivers. You add a buffer. I still don't think it's enough. I think having something next to the street is excellent. And so given that we have this opportunity, similar to what Commissioner Silverstein was saying, we should be looking at Middlefield and Ravenswood as places where we can offer that separation. I also saw in the TDM that, we're really focusing on encouraging people to take Caltrain. I saw a mention of a subsidy for a bike or scooter share, so I'm not sure if that's something that we're considering as an option, but generally when I think about if I get off the Caltrain station and I'm walking to SRI, currently I'm walking along Ravenswood again on the sidewalk, either next to some residential buildings or next to the library and that old house, I forgot the name of it, but it's okay. But if given this opportunity, can we make that more pleasant so that people are encouraged, again, if to take Caltrain and walk to work, if it's a pleasant walk, if it's aesthetically pleasing, if there's trees and other nice things, I think people would be way more likely to do that versus if you're walking along noisy Ravenswood with traffic backed up due to commuters and waiting at the Caltrain tracks, et cetera. So I think that's worth looking into by staff as something else we could implement here. And just one more comment on parking. I know we have here on the list in front of us the slide parking, and yeah, we talked about. I'm assuming there's not an appetite here on the commission for a parking minimum. And so we'd be happy to give the applicant flexibility on reducing parking. Perhaps we should be considering a parking maximum where, things change, office uses change, whatever it may be. Could we consider effectively trying to limit the number of car trips? I understand that may push things to side streets, which is where we have the permit solution. So I think that's something we should consider. Now going back to the amenities, and so kind of like what I was saying earlier about the housing, I think if this project wasn't being built, the no project alternative, SRI could still add a lot of employees and car trips coming to the site. So now my numbers, I won't go into it, but essentially seem to calculate that the net new number of car trips could be roughly the same whether this project is built or not built because of the housing that's being included with the project. So then we have to think, okay, well, what else are we getting here? And obviously, for a project this large, there's a lot of potential amenities and benefits. I wanted to ask staff a couple of quick questions, which is, for the development agreement, is that separate from the impact fees? I know the financial analysis shows a very large dollar amount for impact fees. Is that separate, or is a development agreement essentially allocating those impact fees to different things? Question number one. And question number two, for the public space, like the commons and the event space, et cetera, how will that work in terms of management? Like, will the city be managing, events in that space, or will the developer be, or the property owner rather, whoever that ends up being, managing that? I'm not familiar with any examples where there's like a public space in the middle of a large private area, but I might be mistaken.
Yes, I think for the first comment about the impact fees, those would be separate. The development agreement wouldn't include something that's already required. And then for the open space, I believe it would be managed by the applicant unless any open space is dedicated to the city. So, but I don't believe that's part of the proposal. But I think for the management, and that could be included in conditions of approval if there are specific things that the Planning Commission or City Council would want to include.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have the Springline example where the developer has hosted numerous events, which are nice. I think one of the issues becomes awareness. I think I find out from friends, but if it's not managed by the city, then the developer has to have some sort of PR campaign to notify the public about different events. So I think it'd be important to consider for this public space. Again, I'm personally not familiar with too many examples where people go like, hey, let's go hang out in this, office park. Now, granted, very nice office space, or sorry, very nice public space is being proposed, tons of green space, tons of things. But yeah, I think for the public and the community, it would be nice to see more of a defined plan of how that will be offered and used beyond just kind of hanging out. I saw in the applicant's presentation, there was a slide with like 19 different things, pickleball, farmer's market, et cetera. I think it would be worth fleshing that out a little bit more. And again, going back to the kind of once in a generation opportunity, looking at the site layout, I'm just seeing we have a high school, which currently is bordered by mostly residential uses, and then this research park. And we have a chance to redevelop some land directly across from the high school. Now, again, my kids are not nearly old enough to go to high school. I do drive by the high school sometimes after school gets out. I see kids kind of just hanging out on the sidewalks or lack thereof on Middlefield when they're waiting for the bus. They're kind of just wandering around. I'm assuming that naturally they may gravitate towards the space directly across Middlefield from the school. And so I think it's an opportunity to consider, given that there's, I believe that, recreational field that's currently proposed, given that kids from the high school are naturally going to be going over there anyway after school, what could we design or offer that's a space for, high school kids to hang out, given that this is a once in a generation opportunity to revisit that space and pretty much the rest of the space around the school is single-family homes where nothing's likely to happen there. So I'm not sure if to me, a bike repair shop doesn't make the most sense in that space. Perhaps it could be something more catering to the high school population. That being said, this is, a nice benefit that we get from new development, but it's certainly not the main focus. So main focus, housing, circulation, traffic. I've commented on that, and I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments about these requested topics, or the additional one that I teed up, which was the list of possible topics for the development agreement in terms of what commissioners prioritize? As I said, I named funding for connectivity projects, specifically the undercrossing, the middle undercrossing. If I had to name my next two priorities, they would be funding for capital improvement projects, and also community open spaces. And I had actually noted with programming committed in my notes. Those would be my top three. Commissioner Silverstein.
I agree with you on the connectivity piece, whether or not that is the Middlefield or the Middle Ave undercrossing of Caltrain, or similar to the bike lane that is not on the site's property on Laurel Ave that's proposed, to use funds to then extend out what we were talking about of better bike lanes on Middlefield, better bike lanes on Ravenswood that extends beyond the specific footprint of the site, will really go a long way, again, to get connectivity to and from the location itself. So obviously they'd be receiving the benefit as well. Yeah.
Vice Chair Eric.
Thank you, Chair Schindler. I would just quickly echo, I think I share similar priorities. My first one would also be connectivity into all areas, but the Middle Avenue crossing, and I think to the Caltrain station would be my number ones. And then either the programmability of the public space or just funds to make sure that public space is usable. Picnic tables, playground structures, like things in that public space that make it attractive and usable to Menlo Park. I love well-landscaped areas as much as anyone, but I would very much prefer that they be usable and that funds be directed in that regard. Thank you.
Commissioner Sillen.
Yeah, I will just quickly and self-servingly support the funding for the Middle Avenue undercrossing at Caltrain. I mean, I know that's been going on for a very long time, and every time I read an update, it seems like, the cost has gone up, and then we're studying this, we're doing that. Having more certainty of that going through from a funding perspective, I think would be very nice. And yeah, I echo the comments made about circulation and access overall. Definitely top priority, I think.
Thank you. Seeing at this moment no more comments or questions from commissioners, I am going to go ahead and close the study session component of our agenda. Thank you very, very much to the applicant, to the EIR team when they were here, but to everyone who has come and participated in addressing our questions, educating us, and helping us bring a lot of these questions that are in our mind as well as in the public's mind to the forefront so we can continue to make progress on this. It's been said before, but repetition doesn't spoil the prayer. Once in a lifetime project. So thank you. And we will move on to the final agenda item. Final agenda item. My brain has stopped working completely.
So reports and announcements.
Thank you.
I'm
not going to pull up.
Or informational items, actually, excuse me. We did
There we go.
reports and
Informational
announcements.
items.
It's late for me too. Let's see, a quick update for future meetings. So we have the August 12th meeting coming up. We're still finalizing the agenda for that meeting. The next meeting after that would be August 26th. The city, the Community Development Department is targeting or planning to have the environmental justice and safety element updates come back to the Planning Commission for a recommendation to the City Council at that meeting. We're also anticipating and exploring, and I don't think we're ready to commit 100%, but our goal is to hold that meeting at the Bellhaven Community Campus. And so we'll follow up with the full commission, since we only have 5 members here, but wanted to alert the 5 this evening that that is something the city is looking into and putting the logistics together. We do believe it's possible, and we're looking forward to doing that. So just want to give the commission a heads up on that one.
Thank you. And just so that was the 26th. The meeting on the
Yes, August
26th.
26th.
Okay, great.
Thanks. Yeah, no agenda items to report for August 12th at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And with that, I will adjourn this meeting at 11:14 p.m. Thank you, everybody.